action between Doug Polk and Daniel Negreanu. It's been a very swingy match so far, with the most recent big swing happening in Doug's favor. He picked up a nice 205K win on Friday to take a small, tiny 26K lead overall. It's less than a buy-in. My name is Mike Brady. I'm the VP of Upswing Poker, and I'll be calling the action for you today alongside tournament legend and Party Poker Millions champion Marty Mathis, aka the Lipo Fund on PokerStars. Hello, Marty. Glad to have you here.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me today. I was really looking forward to some commentary. I figure we'll just sit back, try to call the action, probably not try to fill it with talking as much as some of the other people. And I'm just hoping for a good sweat, man.
Same here. Yeah, for all of you who like when people focus on the action, you've got two people who very much like to see chips and cards, maybe even as much as you guys. So we'll be actually focusing on that. And speaking of that, we have a pot size bet on the right getting called on this fairly dynamic turn.
Yeah, but I would expect with the two pairing, like I would assume Doug's not going to have a ton of bet. That can't be a very good card for him.
Yeah, certainly not. He's also got a lot of missed draws.
Oh, he's got the fold anyways.
JLev 611, first question. Are we live on YouTube? Yes, we're live on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to watch on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/upswingpoker. If you want to watch on YouTube, that's youtube.com/DougPolkPoker. So let's get some quick predictions from you guys. We're coming into this with a 26K lead for Doug. Toss a 1 in the chat if you think Doug is going to maintain or grow his lead today. Toss a 2 in the chat if you think it's going to be all D-negs today and he's going to take the lead by at least $1. See what you guys think. Shout out to Jacob Dalla in the chat. Upswing's amazing mixed games coach and just an all-around great guy. Saying sup, Marty.
What's up, Jay Lama? Nice to see you in the action. By the way, I typed a 1 in the chat in case anybody didn't know. All right, we have
Daniel getting his small C-bet. Oh, yeah, 3-bet on the left. Sorry to cut you off there, Marty. And then Daniel went for his small C-bet on the right table, then check back the turn. Three-bet gets called. We get the 9-8-2. Always an interesting board to see in a 3-bet pot.
Definitely. I feel like Doug's and Daniel, when we see these boards, I've noticed Daniel's always taking a bigger size in single raise and 3-bet pots on these kind of like 2 middle card textures, because he's basically been playing with 2 sizes. And whenever we have like 2 cards, 8 through Jack, I feel like we're seeing the bigger size, the 3/4 sizing in most of his actions.
Yeah, he does seem to break out that bigger size on these more dynamic boards, which is definitely something you'd expect most people to do. Check on the turn now from Daniel in this 20K pot. Turn goes check, check. We get the 6 on the river. Doug's going to be pretty heavy in ace highs and like medium-ish pairs here. He's going to bet the turn with some pairs too, though, kind of for a value-y protection situation. But he's not going to bet all of them because there is a risk of getting check jammed on. Let's see if Doug wants to take the showdown or put in a bet. On the right table, we have a $4,500 pot. Daniel betting $3,400. Doug goes for the 2/3 pot on the left.
So I feel like Doug could be value betting even like pretty thinly here. Like Daniel doesn't really take like he could be value betting an 8 easily here. Maybe even a 6. Like he's just not taking very aggressive action. So then his river bluff range, he really just has some bluff catchers here. I think he would have bet a value hand like a lot quicker on the river. I don't think he's taking a double check line.
On the right, we have Doug raising this river bet from Daniel.
Making the 15K. Action was just was turn check check in this hand.
Turn was check check, I believe, and then I based on the pot size, I'm gonna assume Doug just c-bet the flop and then went check check on the turn.
Yeah, it looks like a single raise pot.
Yeah. Nutbluff pointing out that Doug missed his chance to go for the 1-3-3-3-7 size, the elusive 5-figure elite bet.
Yeah, he also missed his chance to go for the 1-4-9-2-20. Shout out to my man Christopher Columbus, 1492. I like to kind of make those bets like 1492, 1776, 1337.
Call from Doug, or call from Daniel. Nice call from him. Doug turning
Yeah.
the kings into a bluff there.
I guess it makes some sense. He has range advantage, some good removal. It was a nice call by Daniel.
Yeah, really nice call. And I think that's a good bluff hand from Doug. It's interesting to see someone turn such a strong hand into a bluff there, but I guess he's kind of putting Daniel kind of squarely on the range that he has, and then bluff raising with kings. That said, if Daniel is calling, well, he called with one weak ace. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to call them all. But if he does call with all of his weak aces, then Doug's raise not so good results wise. Considering he has one lower hand. But you never know. Daniel could have been choosing his calls on the river there in a different way. Maybe he decides to prioritize ace-3 over hand like ace-7 due to blockers. So yeah, it's hard to know if Daniel is actually calling all ace-x there. Small c-bet on the left gets called from Daniel.
All right. So we're seeing him use this bigger size again. This board, not necessarily the one I was talking about, but there are still. Oh. So we have the 4th spade on the river. Could maybe get a small block bet from Doug here.
Yeah, you would expect to see a high frequency bet strategy here out of Doug, both with his strong value bets, his thin value bets, and his bluffs. He could even turn a hand like a pair into a bluff here. In fact, he probably should. Ooh, and he's actually value betting with a straight. Great value bet from Doug.
That worked out well.
Yeah, you don't see that often, the straight value bet getting called on the 4 flush board, but welcome to Heads Up Poker, guys. We also stack off with one pair. Better get used to it.
So, Mike, seeing this action go down, does it make you miss Heads Up No Limit at all?
Of course, man. It's the most beautiful poker game that could possibly exist.
Yeah, I feel like this challenge is kind of like the Queen's Gambit for Heads Up No Limit, like a game that was dead and it's suddenly rejuvenating so much interest.
Yeah, for sure. I could definitely see more Heads Up challenges, sprouting up as a result of the popularity of this one. I don't see any other Heads Up challenge drawing quite the same attention as this one is, but you never know.
Number of viewers, not just on this stream, but all the other streams. Like every day, there's so many people engaged in this, and it's like a wonderful thing for poker that so many people can share this together.
Definitely. We had a discussion in a previous stream about who winning would be better for poker, and I think the answer to that, in my opinion, is like it's pretty equal. Like it kind of doesn't matter. What really matters is that it's happening at all. Like just the fact that this is happening, it's getting a lot of people. A lot of people don't have anything to do right now, aren't going outside, all that stuff. So it's nice to be able to have something to check in with, even if you're not sweating every stream. You could keep up to date with what's happening on that link at the bottom center of your screen, upswingpoker.com/HU for Grudge. That has all the session recaps, just, the plus minus, a link to watch it, that kind of thing. So, if you ever miss a session, head on over to that link, or you could just Google Polk versus Negreanu. You'll find it that way. And yeah, we'll have all the updates for you there. Small c bet from Doug on the right on the ace high board. Does get through. Poker Matt asks, is this on YouTube too? It is also on YouTube. YouTube.com/DougPolkPoker is where you can find it, Doug's channel. It's also on Twitch for those of you on YouTube who might want to switch over. Twitch.tv/UpswingPoker. We will have it live on both channels every time they play.
So I'm reading the chat right now, and I see a question from GoatT20, who's a friend of mine. His name is Gary. He asked me how the Perkins patio is coming along. So at the beginning of the match, I put some money on this, and I was so confident that I pre-approved the construction of a 3rd-story patio, which they're outside building right now. And I'm going to name it the Perkins patio.
Amazing. Doug winning a nice little pot on the left there with king high.
We have a fourth straight card on the right.
Durkin Sprints asks, with the auto rebet of 40k and the rake, how do people keep track of how much a player is up or down in the session? As Doug bets for a third pot on the right, kind of similar to that bet he made earlier on the 4 flush board. Now he's doing it in a similar spot here. Functions somewhat similarly, certainly not the exact same. Raise from Daniel. So the way we track during these sessions, the plus minus, is we basically just estimate. We keep track of roughly what one player is in for. Usually whichever one's winning, it's a little easier to do the one who's winning. So you keep track of how much they're in for, and then you just compare that to what their stacks add up to. So that's how we estimate during the match. And then after the match is over, Doug and Daniel actually communicate with WSOP.com directly to get the totals. And then that's how we update the challenge page. That's what Doug tweets out, etc. Doug does call with a hand worse than a straight.
Yeah,
Daniel's going to win one.
Definitely felt like he had a tough one there.
Yeah, likely a hand like 2 pair set, but hard to say.
Yeah, so it looks like we're probably about even right now based on the stacks.
Yeah, roughly.
Do you know how long they intended to go today? I assume so close to the holidays, they'll probably just 2-hour the week out and play the minimum.
I think there's a good chance it's 2 hours, but I did hear some rumblings that they would like to maybe go longer, whatever that means. I mean, Daniel said he wanted to go longer on this past Friday, but he was down 5 buy-ins, so he wanted to cut it short.
We all saw what happened. Any man would walk away.
Indeed, a very, very reasonable decision from him to just book the loss in that session. But it does seem like Daniel is more likely to keep playing when he's winning. So if you are rooting for the session to be longer, you're going to want to root for Daniel to be winning. Doug with the check min raise on the right, and it gets through.
I wonder if that was
not
one
see
of those
that very often. Danny Evans 23 asks, any chance of a post-session Doug interview this week? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Yes, he's going to be here after this session today for a quick chat with Marty and I. He may join the Wednesday session. More than likely he is. And he's definitely joining the Saturday session. So for all three this week, he's going to be there. If we could, Streamrunner, could you, real quick, we don't have any big pots going, could you flash the schedule for the upcoming week here? Occam's Razor 91 asks, the commentary seems less biased today. What's up? Doug's not winning a lot yet. Once he's winning, the bias will start to show. And when he's losing, it might show as well.
The bias is coming. I got some surprises ready for you guys to show the bias. Like we're going to have a good time. There's no fun to be had yet.
Indeed. Plenty of opportunities for bias.
So we have a monotone board on the right. Daniel's making a small bet, pretty standard.
3-bet from Doug on the left gets through. Yeah, so can you pop up that stream schedule, Streamrunner? No problem that you missed it. Just so they can...
I feel like we're seeing a lot of pre-flop folds so far, both 2 3-bets and 2 single raises. The pots have not been built yet. So hopefully we get something on the left here with Daniel 3-betting Doug.
Yeah, so just a quick look at the schedule for this week, guys. We could push that back down now, Streamrunner, because we got a 3-bet pot here on the left.
We see Daniel use his big size again.
Marty, can you bend your mic towards your mouth a little bit so it's a little closer on your headset? I think that'll. Yeah. They're saying you're a little low. I think that's enough to do it.
Okay.
It sounded fine to me, regardless, though. So yeah, might just be on certain devices. Doug winning a little pot on the right there with a 6 on an ace king high board, pair of 6s.
So it's really crazy just to like watch how far all this has evolved. I spent a little bit of time with Doug earlier in the year, and the extent to which he hated poker, made fun of me for studying poker sims. That was back in February, and I thought Doug would never touch a deck of cards again. I thought he would never run a solver. I thought none of these things would ever happen. And to see it now, I'm in disbelief, basically, to see him back in the game. It's good to see.
Yeah, for sure. Big bet from Daniel on the left. On the river. Joey Trimble asks, slight dig at Daniel. He'll play long if he's winning. I see how that could be taken as a dig, but I'm just telling you what's been happening. When Daniel's winning, he has seemed to like to go a little bit longer. That's also seems to be Doug's impression, that when Daniel's winning, it's a little bit more likely they'll play for a long time. So in a way, if you're rooting for Doug, you probably should be rooting for shorter sessions. If you want to root for Doug and root for longer sessions, unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like that's in the cards for you. But you never know. Maybe, in particular, if Daniel's down a small amount, he's still quite likely to continue playing. It's more so if he's getting whacked. It's pretty normal to quit when you're just getting destroyed in a particular session.
All right, first 4-bet of the match on the left.
It's been a lot of 4-betting in this match. I think more than a lot of people expected as well. We get a call from Daniel. Get a board that's certainly going to be a little bit better for Doug, but it's going to hit Daniel as well. Small bet from Doug, as you'd expect to see in this spot, and it does get through.
All right, so 3-bet pot, Daniel checked on the right, or Doug 3-bet and checked.
I'm perpetually frozen in thought on the stream, apparently. If our stream runner could go ahead and click my video to make it move again.
It was a very pensive look. Like, it looked nice.
Let me try turning off my video on. Well, eventually it won't be frozen, guys. I want to focus on the poker. Our guy will fix it. 16K pot on the left now. Indeed, yeah. We got a big bet from Daniel on the right after Doug 3-bet and checked twice. Daniel's going to take that one down for a nice little pot. Three-bet from Daniel on the right as they play a 16.5K pot on the left. We got some dog battles happening in the background of Marty's house. Good stuff. Sounds like serious business. 11K bet from Doug on the left.
Man of the house trying to protect it.
Can't blame him. A lot of scary things out there. Floyd1733 asks, how long is it on today? 2 hours at least. So we'll go at least to 4:30. Doug's bet gets through on the left for a 16K pot, not counting his bet. We'll go until at least 4:30 Pacific time. We started at 2:30 20 minutes ago, so another hour and 40 minutes minimum. And then it could be longer, depending on if the players want to play longer. Daniel 3-bets on the right, gets called, goes check on the flop, checks again to Doug, who now bets pot. Doug is going to check back a lot of ace-x on this flop as the 3-bet caller in position, so it does make sense for him to want to jam a lot of money on the turn since he has such a strong check back range. It's going to get through. Baseboy4 asks a great question. Do you think Doug would have walked away from poker if the bankroll challenge had never happened. I do think his feelings about poker would have been roughly the same. However, the bankroll challenge certainly accelerated his burnout. That was really, I know that was quite intensive for him, having to put in all that time at 50 and L and all that when he didn't even really want to be playing at all. So certainly accelerated it, but I think he still would have kind of hit that valley of really not wanting to have anything to do with it for a while.
I think the bankroll challenge was good redemption. Like, especially he had his quarter bet in the past that didn't work out. I think the bankroll challenge was important, and I think that was good for him.
Yeah, he needed to finish that for sure.
It's always about a sense of completion. It's not always about the money, but just like finishing the things that you start and that you say you'll do. And like no matter how stupid it is a sense of accomplishment.
Yeah, definitely. Big bet from Daniel on the right. PokerBrow says, I love Mike Brady. He likes to honestly shit talk stars. Got to be done. I got you guys. It does have to be done indeed. That gets through from Daniel. So for those of you who don't know, as Daniel bets the left here, double barrel for about 3/4 pot, Marty Mathis is currently trying to eat as hot of peppers as he can. That's his current little project, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, it's not really something I intended to try. It's I really like spicy food, and I particularly like spicy drinks. And I really like to drink jalapeno margaritas, habanero margaritas. But a mutual friend of both of ours, his brother is
Doug winning the pot on the left with an ace. Nice hand him. So anyway.
Yeah, his brother makes good cocktails, and he likes to make drinks, and we decided to make them with spicier peppers. And so we've worked our way up to the Carolina Reaper, which is the naturally hottest occurring pepper in the world, and like thousands of times hotter than a habanero. So yeah, we've been drinking those, and I don't think we're going to work up any more from there. They have some non-natural peppers, but I don't. At a certain point, like, it ceases to be enjoyable. So
I cannot imagine. I would be surprised if it was enjoyable for me past I don't even know, past a habanero.
Yeah.
3-bet from Daniel on the right. Yeah, someone had asked. The reason I brought that up is because someone had asked in chat, "What's the spiciest pepper you've worked your way up to?" 4-bet from Doug on the right. 10.7K. Gets called. Quick call from Daniel.
Pretty quickly. Not Daniel's board.
Yeah, that's not going to be Daniel's board. That said, he is going to have some hands like Ace Jack, Ace Queen that do hit this. Doug is going to have some hands like Jacks, Queens, etc., and bluffs. So it's certainly not all Doug, but it's a lot better for Doug here as the 4-better. Small bet from Doug, as you'd expect in a 4-bet pot on this board, and it gets through for a 20K pot for Doug.
You're still in San Diego, right, Mike?
I am in San Diego.
Yeah, you were going to come down. You messaged me about coming down to Mexico at some point, but I guess with the COVID, that never happened, right?
Yeah, I do remember messaging you. My girlfriend and I wanted to go just kind of check out where I used to live for a little bit or whatever, show her the Rosarito life. But yeah, have not gotten the chance. Soon enough.
Yeah, things are nice down here right now.
We will be talking about the poker, guys. Don't worry. I see some people on YouTube in particular. They really want us to focus exclusively on the cards. We're going to focus on them, guys. Don't worry. But occasionally, we're going to shoot the shit, talk about something else. But we're going to make sure we catch all the big pots. 3K pot on the right now with Doug c-betting and getting called. I think you guys are somewhat used to the pre-flop stuff already, right? I mean, I think you're savvy enough to be there. Doug is opening to between 910 chips and 950. Well, I shouldn't say chips, dollars. 910 and 950, depending on the stack depth. We've seen him use those larger open sizes. A couple queen highs on the left, they're going to chop it up. We've seen Doug use the larger open sizes when they get deeper, and that's to make the pot bigger for when he's in position. It's a somewhat common strategy. And then Daniel's going with his standard 1K 2.5x open regardless. We haven't seen him mix that up. Daniel's value bet gets called on the right.
That was a strange one.
Yeah, what's strange about it?
Well, I mean, Doug just didn't. I guess it's not strange. Daniel he check called, check bet river, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pot-sized turn probe from Doug on the left. Probe is when you bet into the pre-flop aggressor or rather the previous aggressor who checked back the street earlier. Doug's probing
Seems
here on
like
the
a
left.
really good board to do it on as well, and that seems like a card that's favorable for Doug. I think he can just go with a small sizing here after like a big size with this card. I don't expect to see a big bet again.
As you said. It gets through. Yeah, using a big bet size there is Doug. It might make sense to have some big bets in his range, and use two sizes. But for a lot of this time there, Doug's going to have a lot of really strong hands. Daniel's going to kind of be in the kind of weaker hands. So Doug, by betting really big, kind of makes Daniel's decision pretty easy with a lot of his hands. So those smaller bets are going to put him in a tough spot with a lot of Daniel's hands. So that's the benefit of betting smaller there. But betting big could also make sense with certain hands.
Yeah, we've also seen Doug just get some value on some of the small bet probes that he makes out of position, like the 3-5 versus the flush earlier. So, like that's definitely a board where you can get called you can get called when you have a marginal hand by an even more marginal one.
Definitely.
So we have a double paired board on the left.
Darren Rabinowitz on YouTube asked Marty, "Will you stake me?"
Sorry, Rabbi. Like I already know your backer. I'm not going to steal you from him. Or I guess you're on. I don't know. Sorry, man. No deals.
Darren Rabinowitz, great tournament player. Totally a troll there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's trolling me. I thought about trolling him back, but keep it friendly. Keep it friendly.
C-bet from Doug gets called on the right. We get the flush completing. Quite dynamic turn here. A lot of rivers are going to change this texture at least a bit. What bet size would you expect to see out of Doug here if he does choose to bet?
I would say like a 3/4 size.
Yeah,
I would assume on the third flush completing size.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not exactly sure with the 6 since it completes so many straights. I'm not sure, but generally just the flush completing card, I would say about 3/4.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Something like the 6 of clubs, I would probably see a larger bet, but yeah, the 6 of spades. Weird card. Daniel's value bet on the left getting called. Queens and eights is going to take that one down.
Pretty quick raise from Daniel.
Unknown Prodigy asks, why are Marty's headphones twice the size of mine? I think they just sell different sized headphones. Like, I don't think headphones don't all have to be the same size. There's no like regulations around that as far as I know. Is that the kind of answer you were looking for? Trip nines on the right. Expect to see a small C bet from Daniel, which he does for the minimum.
So which one of us is getting headphone shamed, you or me? Like,
I don't even know.
Small or mine are big?
I don't know. Doug goes for the check raise and gets called.
Definitely an interesting board to check raise on, obviously because Daniel has the pairs advantage.
Yeah, you'd expect, what Marty's saying there is like Daniel has like, the aces, kings, queens, so it's not really a spot where Doug should be doing too much raising. That said, versus a tiny quarter pot size or fifth pot size that Daniel uses, it does make sense for Doug to start putting in some raises with even hands like pocket fives at some frequency for protection, and then of course with a 9 for value. He goes for the 4K bet on the river. Interesting size. Doug with quads on the left. Super full house. He's going to win a 5K pot. Doug has the 2. His blocked bet on the river gets called by Daniel's aces. Daniel, with the second nuts there, deciding to just call.
Lost the minimum, I guess.
Well, he could have just folded the flop, I suppose, but yeah.
No. That's what the I guess was for. Looking at those boards, obviously I know solvers bluff there, but I haven't worked enough with heads up ranges to know how each range interacts on a board like 999 and where you should choose your bluffs from. But I think it makes sense to have a hand with like one overcard like the jack and like one card below the board. It makes a lot of sense as a candidate versus that size.
Definitely. And then once he picks up the 2, it might seem like kind of weird for Doug to bet twice for value with that really low full house, but Daniel's going to have a lot of like ace highs and like king high 2 overcard hand floats like that that do call the flop, and then Doug wants to protect against those hands on the turn, and then maybe even get a little bit of value. So
and he also controls the size, and Daniel did have the best hand he could have except for a 9, and he never even thought about raising on either street. There was no so Doug really just controlled how much he wanted to pay to see the showdown.
Decent sized pot on the right here in this 3-bet pot, 13.6K in the middle. Check. We get the flush completer on the riv. Daniel's going to win a...
All right, this is 3-bet C-bet on the left.
Large size, I gather.
Yeah. I would expect Doug to probably this is a good card for him. He doesn't need to go big here though. I would assume half pot. I'm a bit surprised, but
frozen again. See what Daniel decides to do versus C-bet here. He's going to have half pot left on the river. Daniel does call. 5, probably going to be a little bit better for Daniel. He's going to have hands like 5-7 suited, 5-6 suited, but not a huge part of his range by any means.
Yeah, and he's having some less 2 pairs now that beat Doug's range.
6s versus 7s. Ooh. Good size pot for that. Daniel's got him out pipped by just 1. Hero Value asked, that was a somewhat puzzling large barrel with the 6. I assume you're talking about the 6s. It actually wasn't a large barrel. He only bet half pot on the turn, which might clear it up for you. That would be, if he did go for a large size, that would be a little bit more puzzling to see Doug put in a large bet with a hand that, seemingly for a large bet couldn't get called by worse. And, would really the only benefit would be to fold out overcards. But he went for the smaller size. He went for half pot, which makes some sense with his hand. He certainly will get some value there, will deny some equity. So it does make sense. And, he obviously has 6 outs to make quite a strong hand on either a 7 or a 6. Muxie Collins asked, what's the count of people complaining about biased commentating on Doug's own channel today? So far, it's actually pretty low. Good to see.
It's because it's been a slow session. It's hard to rub it in the other team's face when it's break even.
Indeed. Or it's also hard to be sad when you're break even.
Yeah.
Because those are the 2 types of bias that show up in this.
Yeah, I think if we start losing today, I'm going to go get the tequila, and every time Doug loses a stack, I'll take a shot.
That sounds good. Goat 20 says, how about a shot every time he loses a pot? Heads up poker, I don't think that's going to work. Just a button fold or something, you got to take a shot.
Yeah, that Goat 20 guy is crazy. Don't listen to him.
Ooh, overbet from Doug on the left on this King River. So Doug c-bet the flop here and then check back the turn, which he's going to do with a lot of King X. So it does make sense for him to overbet there. He's just got so many kings that he wants to get value with, and Daniel's going to have a lot of hands like an ace or a 9 that have to call it at some frequency in theory, unless he's okay getting bluffed overall by Doug's range a little bit too often. Three-quarter bet from Daniel on the right. That gets called. He's got a straight. Nice pot for Daniel. About 30 blinds. It's going to take him into the lead for the day, most certainly, by about 10K or so.
Do we know how much Doug's in for total between the tables, or
what's the number? It's a little easier for Daniel because he's not the person who's at 40K. It's always hard because they're reloading like after the hand often. Yeah. So, but in Daniel's case, he's in for about, what has he got? He's got 128K on the table or so, and I believe Daniel's in for about 120. So
okay, yeah. I just wanted to be able to keep a mental track. Thank you.
Yeah, that's just a ballpark. Like, it's not exact by any means.
We do the best we have with what we got.
Indeed. And if you guys want to know what the actual results are when the dust settles, be sure to check that link at the bottom center of your screen after the sessions. It does take a little while to actually get shown. Daniel bluffing on the left with no equity.
Caught him speeding.
Caught the old man speeding there for a little pot for Doug. That's going to bring him close to even on the match now, roughly.
Nice value bet by Daniel on the right.
Indeed. 7 taking a 12K pot there. So quick question for the chat that I thought that was a bigger bet than it was. Don't need to pause. What other heads up matches would you like to see? Obviously, I think this was kind of the #1 match that people wanted to see. But like, of anyone else you could see play poker against each other in a heads up match of this nature, maybe even whole cards up, who would you want to see? It could involve these players. It could not involve them. Whoever you want.
That's a tough question.
It is.
It's weird. Since heads up no limit's really not spread much anywhere anymore, it's so hard to follow the community, or even for me as someone who hasn't played heads up no limit in years, or never even really played competitively in the way that you or Doug did. Like, I don't even know who is considered to be the top heads up player now.
Honestly, I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
And if I had to bet, I would bet that it's not a name that a lot of people know. Like, even within the poker community, I would bet it's like, because heads up poker really is kind of underground now. You kind of have to scrape together your action. There's not a lot of big sites that have heads up tables at high stakes. So whereas a few years ago you could just open up PokerStars and see who's battling at 50, 100. These days you can't really do that. So it's hard to really know who's on top.
Yeah, it seems it would be hard to follow, but I guess that makes it fun as well.
Yeah, very true.
It's I feel like the old school of heads up players, like, I'm the best. I want everybody to know I'm the best. I think all these people suck. These people are okay. But you kind of just did that to rile up action and talk back and forth. And now it seems like the best players just keep their mouths shut and don't talk at all.
Often true, for sure. Patrick versus Durr. That one actually should still be going. They are currently in the middle of the Durr Challenge. Patrick Antonius and Tom Dwan. It's been, I believe they're going on their 11th year or so. See when that one wraps up. We'll have updates for that one for you guys over on Upswing Poker. Next time we get some new information, we'll be sure to post it. Sure, it'll be soon. Couple single raise pots here. Daniel checking back on the left. See what Doug decides to do on the button in his button table. He checks back as well. On the left, Doug's going to lead into Daniel for pot. That's going to get through. see what we got. Some of these good answers. By the way, I see some questions. Like Philip Houghton asked something about the 999 hand to both of us. We don't want to have to go back and talk about things too much and rehash things because a lot of people are watching. But if you do want to hit us up on Twitter, we'll be happy to answer any of your questions at our own convenience next time we check. I'm at MBradyCF. If you want to follow me and tweet at me. Marty is Marty Math, right?
Yep, at Marty Math.
Perfect. So yeah, if you Philip, if you want to ask that question about the 999 board on Twitter, we'll be happy to answer. Tag both of us.
Yeah.
Or any questions
I'll
that
give
any
you
of
my
you guys
thoughts. I can't promise to answer anyone's question with any kind of specific expertise, but I'm more than willing to give you my thoughts and take my time if anybody wants to shoot the shit after.
For sure. And one important thing, Marty and I are people who definitely, for the most part, know what we don't know when it comes to poker and heads-up poker. So we're not going to tell you anything wrong, more than likely. Though, fingers crossed that that's actually true. Maybe I'll make a mistake here and there.
Yeah. I don't know if you're the same way, but I feel like a lot of my foundation, Heads Up No Limit, still comes from working with Doug like a lot of years ago. It's still most of the way I think about Heads Up is the stuff I did with him.
Yeah, that's my foundation too. Daniel hitting the pair on the river on the right to beat Doug in a 5K pot. Yeah, so let's see some of these good answers for heads up matches on YouTube. So we got Jungleman versus Phil Ivey. That'd be an interesting one, especially if it was live. Linus Love versus Isildur. I think that would probably be a beatdown. No offense to Isildur, but Linus is on top of his game right now, on top of the world.
Zygmunt versus Full Flush.
Zygmunt versus Full Flush. That's funny. I was about to read a Full Flush one too. Locke versus Luke Schwartz. That would be a good one. Tag team Polk and Fee versus Bilzerian and Perkins. That's a beauty. Good idea.
Oh, that would be. That would be the best tag team ever. But how are they going to take on the tag team champions? They can't do that.
No,
they have a bracelet in the format.
Tough to beat, indeed. Stian on YouTube asks, is there any sites offering odds on this challenge? I know PokerShares, Mike McDonald's site, is definitely offering odds. I've heard rumblings that there's like a betting site or two that also has them, but yeah, you'll just have to look around yourself, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I heard PokerShares and Betfair were the two places with like the most liquid markets where you could actually get action down.
By the way, guys, just a heads up, we are running our annual once a year, biggest of the year, Black Friday sale on Upswing starting on Thursday, Thanksgiving. Everything on the site, every course is going to be 25% off. So if you've been thinking about improving your skills with one of Upswing's courses, this week, towards the end of the week, is going to be the time to pull the trigger for sure. Prices do not get lower all year unless we run like some random promo for a specific course. But in terms of site-wide sales, this is the lowest price you're going to get. And just a little quick heads up, on the Wednesday stream, we are going to be sharing an early bird coupon code. So if you just can't even wait, you just can't wait until Thanksgiving, you want to get into a course, go ahead and join the Wednesday stream, and we will be sharing an early bird coupon code for you guys. Daniel with the top pair winning a nice pot on the left.
So nice check back flop. Doug's going for a probe here. I would expect him to follow through on this river card pretty frequently.
Quite a brick.
It's using the small size again. Daniel's raised this twice already. Third time.
See what Doug decides to do here. Both players certainly have a lot of strong hands in their range here.
I don't think Daniel would have checked back a flush draw on the flop. I mean, he very well could have, but so I feel like he's repping like weaker than a flush here.
Yeah, I mean, he could have. There's some flushes. I mean, he certainly should be checking back some flush draws, but hard to know how Daniel approaches it. Should definitely have some, though. We'll see. Yeah. Hopefully. Does get called. Daniel does have. That's a huge. That's a really interesting.
And a flush.
That's a really interesting check back on the flop from Daniel.
Yeah.
That's a huge draw. You would really expect that to be like probably the highest frequency bet, but not positive. Daniel now raising another river on the left. Simon Wilson asked, is the lab discounted? Yes, the Upswing Lab, which is our most popular course. Daniel's raise getting value, really nice value with that king on the river there. Lab is our most popular course. It's for no limit hold'em players exclusively. It's kind of all things no limit hold'em, cash games, tournaments, live poker, heads up. Now we even have a great heads up 101 module with ranges and everything. Ranges for every game type. Yeah, the lab, that's the lab, and it will be discounted 25% as well, all plans.
Nice. I love a good discount, so Black Friday sale sounds nice. So it's always nice to save some.
Speaking of sales, Upswing sales, Godas Nixon asked, hey, Mike, has Daniel openly purchased any Upswing courses? No, I have checked to see if Daniel's name is in our list, but unsurprisingly, it's not. That would be pretty amazing. So that said, to be fair, if he was on the list, I probably wouldn't be revealing it right now, so take a grain of salt. But I also think he would buy under a different name if he were to do that to, keep it a secret. Floyd 1733 asks, how much is the lab? For Black Friday, it'll be $75 for the first month. It's a subscription course. I believe it's $3.99 for the 6-month subscription and $6.99 for the yearly. Those are all going to be discounted by 25% though. The monthly one I already discounted by 25%, but the other two are too hard of math for me to do right now.
All right, Doug check raise on the left table. Daniel made a small 400 bet, went to 1700. Turn doesn't really change a whole lot. I would expect the draws that he has probably to continue barreling, but no.
He does check. Daniel's 4K bet gets through on the left.
I was trying to think of like Doug's check raise, check range there. And I really just couldn't come up with any hands.
Yeah, it's a good question. He didn't check call the turn, right? Just went check.
Yeah, just went check, 8 on the river, maybe some 8-9, but I think he folded river a little too quickly to even have caught a piece.
Yeah, maybe something like, was the board Jack 10-2? Could be like a 5-6 suited or something like that, that like had a backdoor draw, something like that. It makes some sense. Although I would think he would tank that a little on the river as well with a pair.
And the turn was a 5 as well, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, then my mistake.
Jack 10-5, like 8.
Oh no, right. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Like he would have turned a pair, checked with it, and then check folded the river. But I think he would have at least considered. Daniel's going to win a little showdown on the right with a 5. Pot size bet from
on
Doug.
this double paired.
Yeah, you would expect to see a large bet from Doug in this spot, which he does go for. Doug's going to have a lot of 2x, a lot of Jack X. Quite an advantage here once Daniel checks back the turn. It's going to get through. Daniel's probably up about 15K this session if I had to estimate. 15, 20, 25, something about in that ballpark. What did I say Daniel was in for earlier? Like 129,
you said, or?
think
Was it
yeah,
120 or
I actually
129?
think it's. I think it's less because I don't think he got. He certainly didn't get stacked. He was down like maybe 25. So Daniel's probably in for like more like 105. So Daniel might actually be up like a buy-in right now.
Oh
Let's go
man,
with
that's
that.
almost tequila time.
Almost tequila time, guys. You've heard it.
Uh,
So he's got 150 on the table right now, and he's probably in for about 100. We'll say he's up 50. We'll go with that. Keep in mind though, guys, as you can tell from me, just like talking it out, it is just an estimate in the middle there.
Open for debate.
FT Power 718. If Doug is up by $1 at the end of 25k hands, is that considered a win or a waste of time? Well, I mean, it's technically both for sure, but he would not be fist pumping over a $1 win. That's for sure, especially with no side bet.
I would be fist pumping a lot with a $1 win.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess I should say I know Doug has bet quite a bit on himself on the side, so there is effectively a side bet. It's just not the players against each other. So yeah, he would actually be fine with the $1 win. So thanks for that correction, Marty. Because he definitely has a lot of 4-to-1 action and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just speaking for myself. If we have a $1 win, I'll throw a $1 party, and it'll be fun.
Some questions that we see a lot. How do we know neither player is cheating or having someone else play for them? Why don't we have hole cards? We get those questions a lot. If you want answers to all of those frequently asked questions, go to upswingpoker.com/grudge FAQ. I just dropped it in both chats. Yeah, just has the answers to sort of the most common questions that we get about this challenge. We don't want to have to keep repeating ourselves, bore the people who have heard it already. So, keep those FAQs up there. Daniel 3-betting on the right and getting called. Get the Jack 7-2 rainbow.
So big sizing again. Call.
$20K in the middle now. Daniel checks over to Doug. Doug's probably, once Daniel checks, I think Doug's going to have a fair bit more ace highs than Daniel. Doug is going to float the flop with, some hands like ace 10 suited with a backdoor flush draw, stuff like that. That said, though, against the big size, he's not going to float all ace highs more likely. So it's not a particularly happy card for either player. Checks a third time. That's going to be generally good for Doug. Let's see what he decides to do. BD Holla 89 asks, is that the LiPo fund? That it is. We have Marty Mathis with us here today. Daniel going to win with kings.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense for Daniel.
Yeah, he was definitely checking to bluff catch there. Or even value bet catch. Doug can maybe bet a jack for value, but not super likely. Rick Watson, that is another FAQ, actually. If you want to head over to the FAQ, that has everything about Rake. Screw it, though. I'll answer it real quick. They are paying Rake in the challenge, but it's being on the tables themselves. So you are seeing Rake get subtracted from the pots. That's why every pot has 250 subtracted from it at least. Or maybe exactly 250, all of them. But they are getting all the Rake refunded by WSOP.com. So all of the results you see, like in Doug's tweets or on our results page, that does not include Rake. It's as if the Rake has already been paid back.
All right. Doug with a nice little call there with a pair of threes. Check on the right. It'd be interesting to see if Doug delays c-bets here. Daniel's good with the jack there. Doug must have had like 7x for some showdown value to call the river probe there, I would assume. I don't think he called him with king high. So we have a monotone board. Daniel's typically just been going with his 400 size on those boards, but he does check this one. I haven't really seen him check a lot of monotone boards the entire match, so I'm not sure why he did with this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure monotone boards in general are like a small size, somewhat low frequency spot. Or at least that was actually 6max that I had studied that spot a little bit more from Canu7's cash game course. He talks about it a little bit, actually extensively. But I don't know if it quite translates to heads up. It would make sense that the c-bet frequency would be a little higher heads up, at least. Small c-bet from Doug on the left gets called.
Yeah, I never did the Canu course, but I heard some very good things about it. And even from people who were surprised that someone who had been gone from poker for that long was able to put out content that good. So it had some high praises within my circle.
Yeah, good to hear. It was a very interesting course because for sure, like you don't have a lot of people making courses who retired 3 years ago or whatever. But he had for those of you who don't know, he has a private solver that developed, or he had a private solver developed, and it just got finished being developed like a year and a half ago. So he made the whole course based on that private solver. Pretty cool. It has a lot of unique features that stuff like Pio Solver and things like that don't have. Doug bluff catching on the 4 straight board.
Doug is catching this man speeding today. It's not enough so far, but Daniel's feeling friskier than what I've seen him so far. I think he's learned how to bet the river as a bluff, which this could be exciting.
Small bet from Daniel on the right. His usual small c bet that he likes to go with. Gets through. Pretty nice when you get to bet that small size and it gets through. I mean, he's risking $400 to win $2,000. Like the bet only has to work, give or take 16% of the time. And I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool when it does in fact get through. Very efficient.
All right, chop pot with the 4s.
While there's a bit of a lull in the action, I would like to ask a question to chat that struck me a couple days ago that I just decided I really wanted to ask them. Daniel's 3-bet on the left gets through. What has been your greatest, talking to you, chat, what has been your greatest light bulb moment in poker? So something that struck, maybe something strategically or whatever it is that struck you and it really changed the way you looked at the game for the better, or whatever it is. What was your biggest light bulb moment in all of poker? It could be as basic of a strategy or as advanced of a strategy as you like. I'm curious what you guys value. 3-bet on the right from Daniel.
Trying to read some of these answers.
Thinking in ranges. That's a very good one. Doug winning a single raise pot with no bets post flop with the 2 pair over there.
Old dudes don't bluff. That is a good aha moment. It's taken me a long time to know that. You're allowed to bet more than the pot. Another very good answer. I don't have to win every pot. Also very true. We have a lot of geniuses in the chat who've had a lot of epiphanies.
Those are key epiphanies, to be fair. Light bulb moment from Josh Smith, not playing spin and goes.
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of hard to learn poker not seeing the whole cards, but there's some real gems in this chat right now if you want to read through. This is there's not nearly as much trolling as usual.
When you ask him a question in earnest, you get earnest responses. Who knew?
Yeah, you get some street credit, Mike Brady. People are too afraid to troll you.
If you do want to troll me, please save it for Twitter, where I can save it and savor it a little bit more. C-bet on the left from Doug gets called. He went for the half pot size. It's actually a size we haven't seen too much in this challenge.
These middling paired boards are always pretty interesting in 3-bet pots.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's almost like the board's a blank board. Like the cards are almost irrelevant, but then they're not, because Daniel can certainly have some 8x. It's just like not so much. So yeah, it's
and Doug also has some as well in his 3-bet range. Like I don't know how different cash is from MTTs, like without the ante, but on these stacks, like middling suited cards are like a good like 3-bet candidate sometimes. So.
Oh yeah, Doug's certainly going to have some 8x. I just think Daniel's going to have some like 8
slight advantage to the 8x.
Yeah, he'll have like some ace-8 off that maybe Doug doesn't have. Maybe even some like king-8 off. I'm not sure about that though. You know, some more suited 8s that can call in position, but they'll both have 8s. Check min raise again from Doug on the left. Yeah, he's not. I mean, I think that's more of a 4-bet hand anyway. If you're going to play it for the most part.
Doug, my dead body.
For those of you who didn't catch it, Doug just got a second min raise, check raise through on the left. On that monotone board, 5-4-3 all spades, I believe. Daniel bet 400. Doug made it 800. Daniel folded. Talk about an efficient bluff. Or, well, we don't know who's bluffing.
Have we seen much quick backing going on coming into today's match, or
mainly from Doug? I hadn't seen him do the pure min raise until now. He had also done some like Daniel would see bet 400 and Doug would make it like 930, so like basically a min raise. But that now he's like pulling out the literal clickbacks.
Yeah. I remember railing Doug when he was playing against the Carnegie Mellon robot the first time, and the adjustments he made in terms of just like bet sizing and clickbacks and like min betting to try to find ways to like exploit the robot. It was like really cool to see. Like they would study, they would come back with adjustments, and that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, that is cool. Really cool. Playing a robot's interesting because you don't have to worry about them, you know, realizing what you're doing. Had another good light bulb moment in here from someone who said they play good, they just run bad. I hear that a lot. The poker streets are littered with people who are super, super good. They've just always run bad. Really a shame. Probably nothing they could have done.
Unluckiest people in the world.
Yeah, some people are just unlucky.
All right.
3-bet from Doug. A couple 3-bet pots here. Both players playing a respective button. Comp Bio says, yeah, but if the robot is basically GTO, you can't exploit it. The thing is, it wasn't GTO. It was trying to play GTO, but it wasn't necessarily GTO. And if you're not GTO, it's still possible to exploit. So that was also a few years ago. The new bot was even better. So it would be interesting to see how Doug would do against that one. But that's definitely not happening. Small bet from Doug on the left as a C-bet. Or sorry, he got checked to. Daniel 3-bet and checked on the left. Doug went for the small bet. On the right, Doug went for the small C-bet on the flop and the small double barrel on the turn. Daniel calls. He's got a 21k pot on the right where Doug is deciding whether or not to triple barrel or not. And then a 13k pot on the left where Doug is now double barreling as the in-position caller. Could see a shove out of Doug here, possibly, on the right. And he does go all in for 32k into 21. It's going to put a lot of hands in Daniel's range in a tough spot.
Got the fold on the left as well. We're picking up some steam, boys.
My prediction for Doug here is 2 9s in his hand, but we'll see.
The longer Daniel thinks, the dumber his hand is going to be that he calls with. All right, he folded. All right, that should bring us to back around even if it was 120 or Doug within 10K now. That was those 2 nice pickups right there.
Yeah, a couple nice spots for sure.
I know we can't track stats and stuff. We'll never get to see this, but I would love to see Doug's non-showdown line for the match. It's just has to be. It's got to be pretty high.
I would think so. Yeah. Give Zero Fox asks, why after all the shit talking pre-matches there are no slow rolls? Interesting question. I mean, I think once you're at this level playing against someone, like it's like slow rolling is not really I mean, they're focused on the match more than that kind of thing. Like if you watch the live portion of the match, you might have noticed like there wasn't any shit talking live either. I think there's a couple reasons for that. I mean, number one, like it's a little weird to like just talk shit to someone as you're like playing 4 hours of live poker in front of them. It's like, are you gonna like 3-bet them and then they fold and you're like, yeah, bluffed, and you show like a bluff? Like, is that really something you could do for like hours and hours? And then beyond that, Doug actually talked about this in an interview elsewhere, where once Daniel accepted this challenge, he sort of doesn't feel good about shit talking because, I mean, Daniel accepted. Like, like, what is he gonna like? His exact words were, "What am I gonna say?" Yeah, and then you accepted. It's like, no, like you got to respect Daniel for accepting the match, and now it's time to play. We could do more shit talking after, maybe some shit talking in between. If you've seen Doug's Twitter, there's certainly been some of that. But I mean, right now we're focusing on the cards. They're focusing on the cards. And then, maybe the shit talking will get peppered in.
I think there's going to be some shit talking. I think people don't realize, like, even at 12,500 hands, that's a lot of hands, a lot of time, a lot of sessions. And if they go to 25,000, that's even longer. There's no need to do all the shit talking now. Like, sure, we have some fun back and forth, but it'll get more intense down the wire, I feel like. I don't think everybody here has the level of maturity that Mike Brady assumes they do, but I could be wrong. $2x pot bet from Doug on the left here, and a check down pot. All right, takes it down.
Tomatio67 asks, who has the private solver? It's Canu7. If you go on his Twitter, Alex Miller, he posted a video talking about it. That's probably your quickest way to learn more about it. I don't want to spend a bunch of airtime talking about a solver. But if you go on Alex Miller, Canu7's Twitter, you'll see a video from him probably like 8 months ago, but he never tweets, so it's going to be like the 5th tweet. Small C bet from Daniel on the right, 2K into 8K.
All right. Is Daniel going to barrel here again, or just take a check line? He barrels. Like, this is a really weird spot for Doug because a lot of his hands that aren't kings are going to be like ace high floats that he flatted 3-bet with. And Daniel obviously has the range advantage. All right. So Doug could easily have like ace X of hearts on the right if he were to have floated flop. Yep. So he has the flushes in his range.
Daniel is all in. Quick call from Doug.
Oh, caught him speeding.
Damn, that is
time to get the maracas out.
Maracas indeed. Damn, that is an ambitious bluff from Daniel with absolutely no.
Fiesta time, boys. Anytime Doug stacks Daniels, we bring out the maracas. That's what we've been waiting for right there.
Chat is gonna love the maracas. Let me tell you that. And by love, I mean like half of them are going to love it, and then a lot of people are really going to hate it.
Oh, by the way, I forgot for my boy, Skills That Kills, I forgot the beep, beep, beep.
Dankavelli, why do you bring up vapes and me? I'm just curious. Please enlighten me. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, so that was a really ambitious buff from Daniel. I mean, he had no equity. I mean, pre-flop, fine 3-bet, no doubt. Flop C-bet seems fine. Turn C-bet, honestly, seems fine as well. I mean, he has no equity, but it's a board that's much better for him. So if he wants to go with a lot of barreling, that does make sense. Yeah. And then once he rivers a 4, he does do. I mean, I wouldn't really say that blocker's relevant, so I'm not really sure about the river play. I mean, he'll definitely get Doug to fold a lot of really strong hands there, though. So it's tough to say. Maybe it actually functions as a pretty good bluff there. Just for those of you who might be scratching your head at his specific hand, he's leveraging his advantage on the early 2 streets, and then the river's kind of where it's a little bit up in the air, I think.
Yeah,
but probably
I personally feel the river's silly. Just having the ace on board not be the heart makes it pretty bad to keep barreling there. I feel like I don't think trips or flushes are folding. So I mean, there's not a lot of trip deuces, but
right. Yeah, yes. I mean, flushes certainly aren't folding, and then even if Doug has a hand like Ace of Hearts, Ace of Hearts Jack, Ace of Hearts Queen. That's kind of that's kind of the question mark for me. If Doug is calling those hands, then I think Daniel's getting wrecked with that river bluff. But
he definitely has to call some of his aces.
Yeah, he should. He should.
And he's probably deciding on turn which aces to call, and which aces to just call, give up as well.
Yeah, makes sense. So yeah, so now it's reversed on who's up. So keeping track is going to get a little more difficult. So Doug's got about 200 on the table. He's up about 50 right now. So I think Doug is in for about 150. But again, this is just a ballpark. We do have a clip in the chat of that hand if you guys want to see it. Only Bets the Nuts just posted it. Thank you for posting that. Only Bets the Nuts.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine in the DTO chat as well. He does some great job clipping in general. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks, bro. I also put it in the YouTube chat if you guys want to rewatch the hand over there. 20K pot now on the right. Was this a 4-bet pot or was there some other shenanigans?
I think it was.
Sorry. It was 3-bet, and then Daniel C bets 2K. Yeah. Doug makes it 6K. Call. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh wow, I missed those shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans indeed.
Daniel's deep in the tank here.
That's gonna get through.
Boom. He's making it look easy.
Yeah, sometimes he does. And sometimes it looks really hard. That's how poker is. Sometimes it seems like the easiest game in the world, and other times it's extremely difficult because bad things are happening.
I'm glad I'm on commentary for one of the easy days.
Indeed. The chat is certain people in the chat feel very emboldened when Daniel's winning, and they are, some of them are nice, but some of them are not the best company, I would say. That said, we have run some polls in this chat, and of the people watching, it's consistently been about 50-50 Doug versus Daniel. I don't want to say fans because a lot of people are fans of them both, but like who are you rooting for if you had to pick one? It's been like pretty close to 50-50 every time we've run a poll. It's like 55-45 Doug, but still a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair, and there's no reason not to be a Daniel fan. I personally have nothing against Daniel. He's been very nice in every situation to me. He's a social guy, great for the game. I just have money against him, and I fucking love Doug Polk, so I want to see bloodshed. And that's all there is to it. I like Daniel.
CIA Post, great name, says, I want both of them to lose. Well, it's going to be tough to do with no rake, but I do respect it.
All right, pretty interesting board on the right. 10-9-7 single raise pot. All right, get the call. I'm always a bit surprised in like some spots. Like Doug acts very quickly, checks very quickly. I don't know if it's because he doesn't have leading ranges in some of these spots or isn't thinking about leading. But I'm always surprised with how quickly some of like the turn and river checks are in spots where I think it could make some sense to have a leading range.
Yeah, I know Doug's as Doug pots the right on this 4 straight board gets through. Interesting. Yeah, I know Doug in general. A nice pot on the left for Doug with the 3 or the 6 rather. I just lost my train of thought. What were you just saying?
Leading ranges.
Oh, right. I know Doug's general approach is to play pretty fast pre-flop and on the flop, and then slow down on the turn and river. But so that, to your point, it's even weirder that he's like snap checking certain spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's pretty familiar with his own game. Kind of always that. Whenever Doug's playing, he's pretty damn familiar with his own game. So I think it's probably a planned thing to he knows the spots he's going to have a leading range, and he's pretty quick to identify when it's not one of those spots. So he quickly checks. This guy's chat has sucked, and then he just does a highlighted message with some I'm just gonna ban this guy. Is that okay with you guys, chat? Can I just ban people who just like add nothing and then say like I'm horny in a highlighted message? That's reasonable, right? I don't know if I'm being reasonable.
Send him out, man. Send him out. We got pretty much unanimous yeses from the chat.
Cheslil, I think I'm gonna give you a pass on that one. I respect the bluff there, though. Really, well played.
Leave Chess alone.
Yeah, I know. He's a little bit of nepotism here. What are you gonna do? He's also being ironic, whereas the other person was just trying to, be weird. Or I don't even know what I'm not even gonna try to speculate on what these people are thinking when they say certain things. Uh-oh, we got a dog bark happening.
I'm actually amazed with how quiet my dogs are being right now. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed.
Yeah, they did have those couple fights, but they were like in the background enough that it was kind of like nice ambient noise, at least to me.
Oh, there's always a barking dog in Mexico. So, all right, we have a 3/4 bet on right on the 3 Broadway board. Doug calls. I would assume that 10 pairing is definitely better for Doug.
Yeah, he's going to have more of those like pair plus gutters and things like that. Yeah, exactly. Pair plus straight draws. Check, check. Doug's going to... Oh, wait, did it go check, check, or did Daniel bluff?
No, he bluffed. He bet like 5K into 7K. So he fired like 2/3 size there. And
real quick call from Doug, too.
Yeah, nice. I've never seen a man call so fast in my life. Like, boom.
I'm sure you have. D-Rack H asks, what site is this on? Also, why no HUD? I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer this in earnest, even though it could be a troll. So it's on WSOP.com. It's like right on the table. I don't know if that's like, I don't know. Maybe the cards were covering it. You didn't see that, but look, like right in the table, guys. And then also, why no HUD? I mean, we're observing, so we wouldn't have a HUD regardless. But that said, funny you ask, because HUDs are not allowed in this challenge. Neither player is allowed to import the hands into any sort of software. They could like manually input it into a solver or like review the hands, of course, but they can't like gather the hands and upload them to like Poker Tracker, for example, and then do in-depth analysis on the other person's game using that tracking tool. That's been specifically outlawed by the players. If you do want to see all the rules these guys have agreed to, plus some answers to FAQs like why aren't we seeing hole cards and blah, 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 go to the link upswingpoker.com/HU for grudge. If you look on the bottom center of your screen, it's written out, upswingpoker.com/HU for grudge. It's right under the current results. Check that page out. It's kind of our hub for this whole challenge. Has the graph of what's happened, a recap of all the sessions so far. Is there any chance these hands get imported post-challenge to see overall numbers? I certainly think there's a chance of that, yeah.
Sounds like a good upswing course one day.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. No promises. Which one is Helmuth? Micro Stakes is Helmuth. Doug winning a little pot on the left with a 6. 1 post flop bet going in. 2 takes it for Doug on the right.
It seems like a lot of these smaller pots, like it seems like the board distribution today is like Doug's making a lot more pairs than the previous day, it feels like. And he's kind of just winning some of these small, like 1-bet pots.
Definitely. Alex Holgate with a good question. When you consider what Doug did to Sauce, 1, 2, 3, over 15,000 hands, how do you think Daniel is doing, staying fairly even over the first 4K hands? So for those of you who don't know, Doug did a challenge with Sauce 1, 2, 3. I think it was back in 2013, 2014, around then. Sauce was kind of, I'm not positive he was like the big boss of Heads Up at the time, but he was certainly like considered one of the elite best players. Doug and him did a 15,000 hand challenge, and Doug won by like, I want to say 30 buy-ins or something. He won 700K plus 100K side bet. Yeah, I've been impressed that Daniel's been able to keep it close for sure. And I think his post flop play has been like, to me, surprisingly good. I don't mean to, I don't mean to reveal that I had low expectations for Daniel, but I somewhat did. And he has surpassed them. Also, just like, you got to give credit to Daniel just for playing this challenge. Like saying yes was already like that, to me, that was the biggest boost in possible respect for Daniel that could have happened for like me in particular, and I think a lot of other people. But yeah, I think it's also just a little too early to tell for sure like what's really happening right now in the challenge. Chopping up with a jack.
Yeah, I would. I definitely think Daniel came out a lot stronger than what I expected. I'll pause for a second. We got some action on the left. Doug overbet the turn. All right. That was a good no club.
Yeah, well played from Doug there to make sure the river's not a club. Good river play.
Yeah, so like I obviously knew this bet was coming up, and I grinded a lot of the WSOP on GG. And when I was winding down days, I was always kind of watching Daniel's stream to see how he approached tournaments or talked about tournaments. And seeing the way he reacted emotionally to some of the pots, I didn't have nearly as high of hopes for him coming into this either. So he's definitely surprised me.
1.5x river bet from Doug on the right. He's bluffing. Daniel looking him up with top pair. Nice call from Daniel. Doug with the missed straight draw that blocked the flush with the 6 of spades.
Looks like Daniel's sitting out for a minute on the right table.
Little Fiend, yes, that was a facetious comment saying that Doug played the river well by controlling what came, in case that wasn't clear.
So there is no controlling. Like, we need someone to say what's a joke and what's not a joke, I think, Mike.
Yeah. We'll that's a good idea. We'll hire someone to like just like overlay like joke or like earnest when we say something. Yeah, just by the way, mods, if people do copy pastes, you don't have to delete them. Those are funny and fine. Just FYI. Copy paste, for those who don't know, is like when you just type copy and paste like the same long paragraph, usually very funny. Throw one up, actually. Chat, let's get some copy pastes. Hurry.
Give me some copy paste.
Here's a good one. So you're going by Mike Brady now, nerd. Haha, what's up, douchebag? It's Tanner from high school. Remember me? Me and the guys used to give you a hard time in school. Sorry, you were just an easy target. I can see not much has changed. I'm not going to keep going. Actually, I'll read the end because it's funny. Remember Sarah, the girl you had a crush on? Yeah, we're married now. I make over 200K a year and drive a Mustang GT. I guess some things never change, huh, loser? Good one. Ooh, now it's just spammed in the chat. Love that. Yeah, copy pastes encouraged. Rip them, guys.
So is this Sarah girl real?
Man, I can't tell if you're trolling me. Like you definitely. Oh man, I feel so owned right now. You. All right, couple single raise pots here with
bathroom break.
Daniel, I have to say, goes to the bathroom very quick. That's another thing I've gained respect for from Daniel. Very, very effective bladder. Good stuff. Good to see.
You think he's washing his hands? I hope so.
I personally peg Daniel as a habitual hand washer, but you never know. I don't have proof of that.
So obviously I saw Daniel's setup when they were setting up for the match, how they have the webcams in each person's room. And I don't know the rules like when Doug can check in or when he can't check in to see what's going down. But imagine you have a losing day and you just look at the webcam and you see Daniel sitting there in his bathrobe and a recliner just beating your ass. That would have to be such a tilting thing to look at.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
Ooh, that's a boat.
Boat skis for Doug. Backdoor boat. Winning an 8K pot, 7K pot. I'm not related to Wayne Brady, unfortunately, Grootson. At least not close enough to know about it. Or Tom. None of the famous Bradys.
You're a famous Brady to me, Mike.
Thank you. The chat's good today. You guys are on point. Someone just tried to set me up for a Bofa D's nuts joke in the chat. Respect it. Really respect that.
You faded it though?
I did. I almost said what in chat.
All right. But, so left table, we have a big pot brewing. Pod size bet left on the river.
See what Doug decides to do. All in. Daniel, quick call. Miss straight draw for Doug. Toops for Daniel.
I got to put the maracas down. I had them out early. Super sad.
One maraca must be broken.
No, these were a gift. I can't break these ones.
So I'm guessing based on the hands that showed down that Daniel opened that pot and then Doug check raised the flop and barreled off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Daniel would not be calling a 3-bet with the old queen 5 off. Certainly not. Speaking of chat, do any of you guys have bets on this match? And if you do have a bet on the match, who is your money on? Feel free to say how much, but of course, you don't have to. Feel free to say where you bet or who you bet with, whatever as well, because I know a lot of people are interested in betting on the match themselves. Maybe they could try to seek out a bet now.
I would bet on Doug if I were you. All right, Daniel with
nice top pair, going to win the pot.
He's whittling away at the lead a little bit.
FJKOG, the copy paste into Jay Nanda's scarf thread on 2+2 was the absolute goat. I'm actually not familiar with that. If you want to start that train, I would love to see it because that sounds hilarious.
That was a funny thread. I can't do it justice summarizing it, and it would take too long. But the grandma scarf thing in the Jay Nanda's was pretty funny.
Epic. Brian Kim, shout out to Brian Kim. Good to see you, man. Miss you too. Hope you're doing well. A lot of it's interesting when you look at. I asked that question, like, did you bet or whatever on YouTube? People clearly lie, and like to the point where it's not even believable. And then on Twitch, they seem to be telling the truth, at least at like a somewhat higher frequency, or at least maybe they're just telling better lies. The Twitch people are just a little more seasoned.
Well, we got some real straight shooters on Twitch then.
Seemingly. $5K pot on the right. Daniel c-bet the flop for 3/4 pot. Turn went check, check. Overbet from Doug. It's so weird to take off my headphones and realize how loud I'm talking this whole time.
Yeah, it's definitely strange, kind of like living in your headset world.
Indeed.
All right, 3-bet pot from Daniel. Definitely a board that'll favor him. So they're starting to get pretty deep on both tables, so hopefully we can see some interesting pots as the day winds down.
Yeah, hopefully. Jets for as we play this 3-bet pot on the right. This is a 3-bet pot, right? Actually, maybe not. Sorry, I missed the action on that, guys. But someone just asked Jets for Cup, are they playing more than 2 hours today? Possibly. I think they did plan on putting in more volume this week, but it's really it tends to be up to what Daniel wants to do at the end of the session. In any case, when the session's over, we're going to have Doug on here for a quick chat, just talk about the challenge today, the challenge in general, some of the hands maybe. So if you guys have any questions for Doug at the end of the challenge, feel free to drop them throughout. Aces for Daniel on the right, so that definitely was a 3-bet pot. Although maybe not, because he has a. It appears he did. Interesting.
So there was not a single bet placed on that board. Chat, was there a board bet placed or not? Just check.
I don't think it was. That is definitely an unorthodox line from Daniel after the 3-bet. Shout out to OU Blockhead in chat. Great Twitter follow. If you guys want to check him out.
Oh wow, Blockhead.
Love you, buddy.
Me too. That guy makes me laugh. That's someone I want to get a drink with for sure.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's actually been a friend of mine for like 7 years. I know his the person behind the veil, if you will.
Oh, that's nice. It might be even more fun knowing not the person behind the veil. Like he's a man of mystery to me. I just know whenever there's something that like someone can say that can hurt you, he does it more than anyone, and he doesn't even know me.
C-bet from Daniel on the right, 3-bet on the left. Doug calls on the right. We get the 4 straight on the turn. That's going to be a little bit better for Doug in general, but both players.
Very interesting boards.
Definitely.
All right.
What did I say Doug was in for earlier? Like 150, right?
Yeah.
So they're about even now, guys. Approximately. 21K pot on the left. This is probably going to decide who's ahead for today. Flush completes on the turn.
That is
interesting.
That is interesting. I'm not really familiar with these kind of stack to pot ratios, but I don't really see what that bet accomplishes.
Yeah, at this stack depth, I don't think it could possibly be like a high something you should do at a decent frequency. But we'll see. Maybe Daniel's doing something exploitative or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, 22K from Daniel, almost set all in.
This is a weird line.
It really is. My guess is he has some sort of thin value bet.
Yeah.
See what Doug decides to do. Doug using his smaller 3-bet size as he has been on the right. He mixes in the smaller 3-bet size when they get deeper. Interesting, possibly counterintuitive strategy, but interesting for sure. Doug really in the tank on this left table. More than likely not raising after a tank like this, which makes me like Daniel's chances a little bit more in this pot.
This is killing me with anticipation.
It would be pretty savage to see a jam after this, but I don't see that happening. We have a call. Daniel. Thin value bet indeed with the kings.
Ugh.
Nice hand, Daniel. He's going to take a nice lead.
Well played, Daniel.
Yeah, that small turn bet definitely makes sense with a hand like king specifically.
All right, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Daniel really turning it around in the session. Daniel took a quick like 20, 30K lead at the start. Then Doug roared back to be up about 70 or 80. And now Daniel, again, with about a 20K lead. So about a 100K swing from Doug's highest point.
But for people who want the match to go longer tonight, this could bode good news because Daniel does not like to play stuck. So we might get a little bit more time.
He definitely is more likely to keep playing if he's winning. At least if our sample of 8 other sessions is factored in. Max Byrne, how do we know Daniel's playing these hands? That's actually one of our FAQs. If you want to go check that out, I just dropped a link in the chat. No one's cheating, guys. Don't worry. B on YouTube says that was a terrible call versus KK for Doug. Not sure how you could say that without seeing the cards, but maybe you're seeing something I'm not.
When you know, and that's why you're in the comment section of a YouTube video. All right, 4th spade on the right table.
Robert Jolly said, no one's cheating, guys. Don't worry. Same thing Full Tilt told you. I don't think people were cheating on Full Tilt. They just robbed us. That's not cheating. That's just getting robbed. Well, if you play it on Ultimate Bet, however, different story. Being concerned about cheating is very reasonable.
Being cheated, being robbed. Yeah, Ultimate Bet gave you the full whammy.
And they had Phil Hellmuth as the face of the company. Really the triple whammy there.
Whoever Phil's PR guy is, like, I gotta know. Like, he latches onto these things and he just snakes out of everything squeaky clean.
Yeah, you got man, you do really have to respect Phil Hellmuth's PR game and like general like marketing game. Like, it's pretty crazy. Arguably the most impressive thing about him, how much he's spun his success into that.
Yeah,
I guess the 15 bracelet's pretty impressive too, I guess. But
yeah, it's impressive. But he just made it into something larger than life, and has been able to network so well, meet all these people. It's really impressive.
Definitely. I'll be right back if you can handle these guys for a sec, Marty.
Yeah, I'll try to man the station. So we have the pot on the left, flush completed on the turn. Just Daniel C-bet minimum on the flop. Flush coming in with another overcard. I'd expect to see this 3/4 size barreling, which he used. I missed the action on the right. I'm just following the table on the left right now, so I apologize. I didn't see what happened on the right. We have Daniel double barrel with the 10-7 there, river the 7. That's actually decent hand selection. I kind of like it in terms of picking a bluff. Did Daniel lead the turn in the paired 7 hand, or did he check raise flop and then bet small? I'm not sure what's going on. So I'm assuming Daniel just led turn here. Like it. All right, Doug with the boat. All right, button fold from Daniel. All right, Doug calls the raise. King 7-5. That call for the small size. Man, I miss Mike Brady. You don't realize how much you miss a Mike Brady until he's gone. And you just feel super lonely and everything's empty. And you just want your Mike Brady back. Well, ask and ye shall receive.
Is my mic on? Was
yeah,
it not
you're
on?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't on for a second there. My bad.
Yeah, you're good. You just missed some awkward mumbling from me as I failed to follow the action on both tables at the same time, but nothing big or important happened. So we're back. Someone in the chat says you look suspiciously happy right now.
I just had a great pee, man. What makes you happier than a great pee, you know? Shut up.
Pretty much nothing, to be honest.
Play bark. It's all right. Small C bet on the left from Daniel gets the roo. 3-bet from the right on for Daniel. Jesus, you're being a pill.
Someone says Mike was out hiring a hitman for that Tanner guy. I hope not.
Fucking Tanner, man. Had enough of that guy. Getting the best of me for years. All right, Occam's Razor wants to see the dog. You got it. Large C-bet from Daniel on the right gets called. She'll do the commentary. All right.
7 pairing cannot be a good thing for him.
7 on the turn here. Daniel does slow down, as you'd expect him to do.
I would expect Doug to make a pretty small bet with a lot of his range here. I think there's a pretty good advantage to doing that. You're really not going to get raised. You have a lot of draws that can realize their equity and keep barreling. Or even with like an 8, you can just get some showdown value in position.
Double paired board now. Daniel checks over to Doug. Check, check. Daniel with the boat. Likely, with how quick Doug checked behind that river, that's likely a suck out on the river for Doug. Or for Daniel, rather. My phone's on mute and the alarm still makes noises. What the hell's with that? Ooh, Mike Brady on the screen for a second. Mike Brady from the Brady Bunch. My namesake.
Story about a man named Brady.
Chris Hodges, the dog is called Emmy.
Max Snell asks, was away for a few minutes. Doug was plus 85,000. What happened? Good question, man.
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't even there's not even a succinct answer. Daniel won a couple like medium to small pot or medium to large pots. No stacks though. There was one like
Doug,
40k pot.
Yeah, Doug had the hand where he triple barreled on like Queen 8x with 10-9 offsuit. He check raised triple barreled into Daniel's 2-pair.
Oh, that was a stacking.
Yeah,
right?
that was a stack.
Oh, so my mistake. That was a stack.
Yeah. Other than that, he's just bringing that good, solid hybrid poker. It's hard to fight that. Oh, wow. They've replaced Mike Brady's face with Mike Brady from the Brady Bunch now.
That would be perfect for when I like step away for a moment.
Yeah. Someone asked, where is the maracas? Back in the drawer? No, they're actually still here on the desk. We're going to bring them out again. Don't worry. I'll make sure you hear them again. All right, so 10 pairs. Looks like I would assume Doug check raise here and is just betting small. Given the size of the pot, it couldn't have been a single raise C-bet pot. Daniel with the double barrel on the right.
9 on the river, pairs. Completing the flush. Doug with the quick check. Let's see what Daniel decides to do in position here. He puts out a 3/4 pot bet. Doug's certainly going to have some hands to raise with here. Boats and flushes. Stacks are getting pretty deep on the right. We could be setting up for the biggest pot of the match so far. Could see 150k pot almost over there, should they get all in.
So Daniel's tripling on the left-hand table. It's a pretty scary board for him just to fire like 3 3/4 size bets into. I wouldn't assume it to be assume him to have a pretty polar range here. I wouldn't expect thin value bets at all. Doug folds.
Through for Daniel. It's going to bring him to about 40, 50k on the match right now. Daniel's in for about 150k on his 2 stacks.
Oh, geez. Oh, geez.
Dan Cavelli says, Mike Brady, would you surmise that deep stacks will be inherently better for Doug? I would think so, but don't really have any evidence for that other than just Doug has played a fair bit more deep stack heads up, and Daniel's just starting to study the game for the first time, so it's possible he hasn't had the chance to study all the spots, all the stacked ups, etc. But, you know, honestly, Doug hasn't been playing for like 3 or 4 years a lot anyway, so like it's not like he's going to be super well studied on the deep stack spots, so hard to say.
And the thing about deep stack spots, they're sort of the hardest to study. They take a lot of time and resources just to go over a couple spots. So even they both studied, but I assume none of them have done a ton of work with completely deep stacks because I assume neither one of them have all the resources or enough time in the day to go through all the intricacies involved in that. So I feel like we kind of get into wild card territory as we get deeper between the two.
Well, Daniel's winning, and they did say that they're going to play longer today, so it does look like we have a longer session in the cards.
Cool.
For those who didn't hear, Doug will be joining.
3-bet by Doug on the right. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. So Doug C-bet for what, like 800 or so?
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Daniel to respond to that 3-bet from Doug, which he calls, keep in mind, guys, Doug will be joining us for a quick chat after the session. If you have any questions for him, go ahead and drop those in the chat. These guys are
Wow,
so good.
Doug with a very big bet.
That does set up about a pot-sized bet on the river, approximately.
I guess a lot of to make it in defense of making a big sizing, I guess a lot of the hands that Daniel like check raise calls, like he could have a lot of 6-7 in his range that improve to the pair plus the draw. He could have some 7-8. You really don't want to let him draw to those things, I would assume. We have a little bit of downtime. Someone in the chat asked my poker background. I have been a tournament and heads-up sit-and-go player throughout my career. I ran a tournament stable with Doug before he retired from poker between like 2013 through 2016. And so I've worked closely with Doug on a strategy front, and we've shared a business together before. Now I just play poker. I don't stake or back any players, and I kind of just enjoy playing for fun. It's the game I love, and it's like what I like to do with my spare time.
3-bet from Daniel on the right gets through. The nuts for Daniel on the left, winning a
nice small pot.
8-blind pot.
All right. All right, Daniel with the big size with the king pairing. He looks like he just delayed. Yeah, because he uses a 2.5x sizing, so this is a delay C bet, and Doug raises a little over 3x. The double flush draw board.
Daniel calls.
Oh, interesting card. I would assume not a very good card to bluff.
Pot size bet from Doug. You would definitely expect a large bet if he's going to bet. Daniel decides to do. Daniel folds. Likely had something like a flush draw to call the turn and then fold the river.
Mike, I'm gonna mute my microphone real quick, and I'm gonna run for a pee real quick as well, if you can handle it for a second.
Yep, I gotcha.
All right, I'll be right back.
Jitta Gorilla asks, are there any stipulations on resetting stacks? They play really deep. No, they're not resetting stacks. The two players decided, like a couple bosses, that they would just not reset stacks. They would just play it out. 2 tables every session. That simple. 4-bet from Daniel. Gets through on the right. Daniel's been really active 4-betting in general in this match, but we actually haven't seen too much from him today. That may be being the second or third one we've seen. Now a 3-bet from Daniel on the right. See if Doug decides to return with a 4-bet, and he does. Makes it 12.8k. Notice that 4-bet size is a little bigger than we'd normally see, which makes sense considering that they're so deep. Doug wants the pot to be bigger since he's in position, and the positional advantage for the in-position player is worth more money when you're deeper. Ten, 8, 7 all clubs. Probably going to be a fair bit better for Daniel in general. Doug's going to have to do a lot of checking back on this board relative to other boards and 4-bet pots. It's just too dicey to put in a high-frequency bet.
All right, can you hear me again?
Yep.
All right, cool. We're back. All right, so have like a 2/3 size bet from Doug on the right. I would assume.
Yeah, he actually 4-bet on the right to about 12.5k. Check on the flop. Now yeah, exactly.
Seems like a check back board.
Daniel's up about, I want to say about 25k right now. I would I think if I had to guess, the overall score on the match has got to be within like $5,000 right now, which is pretty sick. So you don't expect to see even happen too often in a match, but this match has just been so swingy. Like at one point, Daniel rocketed out with a decent sized lead after the live session. He was up like 112k. Then Doug returned with a few winning sessions of his own. He was eventually up like 270 total, 270k. Then it swung completely back in the opposite direction until Daniel was up about 100. I want to say 150. I think no, he was up like 180. Actually, was the most, right? Something like that.
I think it was 167 was the peak after that really bad minus 220k session.
Right. Yeah, that sounds right. And then Doug had. And then they've kind of like returned back and forth. It's been a little bit swingy in the last like 5 sessions, with Doug having a really big session on Friday for like 212k or 205k. I think it was the second or third biggest win of the session so far. Both of them have had some really big wins like that.
I think it'll be interesting to see like how the other player reacts once one person starts to pull away. If anybody can actually start to gain a real lead, and if that affects the other player mentally or in the way they're approaching the matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's really easy to play with a lead or play to be doing better than expected. But once you're buried, I think that's tough mentally on anyone, for both Doug and Daniel alike.
Pot size bet from Doug on the left. Not quite elite, but he does bet 4-3-3-7. 2 pair from Daniel on the left, on the right, on the 4 straight board. He looks up Doug for a nice little pot, 6,800 his way. 13k in the middle now on the left. Board bricks out on the end pretty hard, though 5-7 does get there. Two pair for Doug, better 2 pair for Daniel. Bit of a cooler for Doug there. He's going to lose 3 streets. It's going to put Daniel back up about 40. So we're coming up. We're about 1 minute away from the earliest this match could end. We'll see if one of the players sits out, but based on how it's going right now and how it seems like both players are kind of flowing, both acting pretty quickly and everything, I think we're pretty likely in for a longer session here.
Yeah. Give the fans what they want.
Please. Professional botanist asks, still condoning copy pastes? Yes, copy pastes are okay as long as they're good. Use your judgment. If someone gets, Doug with a nice little pot on the left at the top pair. Yeah, if someone's doing some vulgar one that's just like not creative, then whatever. I love that gay chicken one. That one's fantastic. And for those of you watching this not live, you will never know what that gay chicken copy paste is. Sorry.
I just read that now. We've been married 14 years and we run a bed and breakfast in Vermont with our adopted daughter.
C-bet on the left from Doug gets called. 3k going into the turn. Very dynamic board now. 2 flush draws. Lots of straight cards.
Yo, Brady, you ever fallen off a ladder, bro? What's that all about?
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Dude, they say so many things that just go way over my head.
Yeah. I feel like we're getting set up for something, but a couple people asked, so I had to forward it.
I gotta just Google falling off a ladder. Pair for Doug on the left, winning a little pot. It doesn't seem like Google search didn't come up with anything. So this is just not a troll I'm gonna get, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I even tried to give them a chance to clarify themselves. I asked it. I said 2 people brought it up, and they just keep asking the same question. So.
Probe from Daniel on the left for 3/4. Flush completing turn. Doug's going to check back this flop with a fair bit of showdown value hands. So you expect to see a call a decent amount, which he does. King on the turn. Doug's going to be checking that flop with showdown value hands because a lot of his showdown value doesn't really benefit that much from protection. Certainly not as much as if it were a board like 8-7-3, where you really want to prevent an overcard from coming off when you have a hand like a 3 or a 7. A little bit less likely on this board because it's all high cards, or at least medium and high cards. And Doug's river bet gets through. Another thing I'm really curious about is how much heads up people in the chat have played. I'm gonna make a poll on Twitter because I'm really curious about this, and I'll or on Twitch rather, and I will list the options for the YouTube people out there. Give me 1 second.
So I have a quick question, Mike. Obviously, you came up in a real heads-up background, and I know you played more sit and goes than you ever did heads-up cash. But even against your most common opponent, did you ever approach anything close to 25,000 hands?
Yeah, there were actually a few opponents I played at in both heads up sit and goes and heads up cash. I did play a decent amount of heads up cash, where sometimes in heads up, this was like my favorite thing to happen. That was also a bit of a detriment to my overall career. But like sometimes you would just get a guy who you thought was bad, he thinks you're bad, and you just play. Yeah. You just play for like days or weeks at it. Like I remember there was one guy on Party Poker at $500 HUSNGs that I must have played 300 games against the guy in like 2 weeks or something. Like we were just battling like 2 tables constantly. There's another cash guy on Poker Stars who I played 4 tables like every day for a while. So I think versus like guys like that, I played 25k hands probably. The thing is though, that always really hurt me because I would be so focused on their game and like dissecting their strategy in between sessions and stuff that I wouldn't really be working on my own. Exactly. And it was this was pre-solvers, pre a lot of knowledge. I certainly wasn't that studied of a player in general. So that it kind of ended up being a detriment focusing so much on like one opponent for a while. I remember going into slumps after those sessions quite a bit. Yeah. Or after those battles.
The heads-up battles are always interesting to see. I talked to some of my other friends who battled heads-up a lot as well, and a few of them answered that they had never come close to 25,000 hands at all. So I just thought it was interesting. Like they're playing like such a big volume, and that's the most interesting part for me is like how much is this going to evolve over the course of the match.
Yeah, interesting question for sure. I mean, they are only playing 2 tables.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, I'm starting this poll. So how much heads up have you played? For the YouTubers, if you've played none or very little, hit 1. Some, hit 2. A lot, hit 3. Up to you to define what those phrases mean. On Twitch, there's a poll at the top, guys. Just answer the poll. A lot of 1s, some 3s, some 2s.
Yeah, I've seen 1s and 3s.
Yeah, pretty good mix, honestly. As not surprisingly, a lot is the least frequent answer. It's tough to play heads-up poker these days, so that makes sense.
All right, Doug with the pot size river bet here.
Poker Staples in the chat. What's up, Jamie? He asks, "How's the action so far today, guys?" It's pretty good. It's been back and forth as a lot of these sessions have been. Neither player has been up more than 100K. Doug peaked at around plus 80K. Daniel peaked. He's probably close to his peak now, if not like a few K below it. So yeah, pretty good action. Been a few big pots, a few coolers. Nothing crazy though. I think the biggest pot was a Doug bluff. I believe he check raised and then barreled off all in on the river with 10-9 on like a queen 8-5, and then it bricked out and Negreanu
Yeah, it
had
was
two
like
pair.
queen 8-5, 3. Yeah.
Something like that. Negreanu had queen 5 for flop 2 pair. Negreanu called the check raise, called down, of course. Doug with the 10 high, shipped the pot over to him. It was about 90K. Joe knows say 11. Mike or Marty, can you compete with Doug heads up? I do not think so. Maybe in one hand, but
I played Doug when he first started getting back to train for this heads up challenge. I was his first opponent. I played him at 400 in L. We probably played 600 hands. I won a couple buy-ins off of him, but he's very rusty. He was just trying to set up his HUD, get his stats going. There's no way at this point in time I would stand a chance competing against Doug. And I think I just ran pretty hot to begin with. I just wanted to play him just to say I did. Doug's a very strong heads-up player.
Yeah, very, very strong. Really good intuitive feel for the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so guys, that current results in the middle were that's just an estimate for those who don't know. When the match is over, Doug and Daniel get the actual hard totals from WSOP.com, and then that's what we use to update the results page, and that's what Doug tweets out. So yeah, keep an eye for that after the session. We just try to keep it a ballpark for you guys during the match, so you know roughly what's going on. But yeah, we want to focus on the action a little more, and not if we were only focusing on updating the current results, they'd probably be pretty accurate. But we want to make sure we're calling the cards for you too.
Doug check raises, Daniel's big bet on the left. And we got the fold. Doug big bets himself on a similar texture on the right.
Kubik, yeah, it's just harder to play heads up just because there's fewer sites that offer it, and rake is higher, less people are willing to battle. A lot of people have scripts on like the sites where you might play 6-max or where you might play heads up on a 6-max table. So when you try to play heads up, they have a script that like the regulars at that stake have a script that will like auto sit the seat. So like you could try to play heads up, but Doug winning a small pot with the jacks there with D-Negs blocking the river with his bottom pair. Yeah, it's just really tough to get the heads up action these days. And then if you sit that 6-max table, like I was saying, you'll have 6-max regs join so fast that you won't get more than like 1 or 2 hands of heads up. So it's just tough. A handful of sites offer it, and you can get some action there, but even there, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. A lot of people just sit out.
So,
it's a shame.
All right, we had an overbet on the left. Doug bet 1.5 times the pot, but Daniel folded. Is there a site that even offers heads up no limit at all these days?
Like I thought AC America's Card Room, don't they have heads up tables?
I thought they added that just for the Doug challenge. Do they have normal ones?
No, I think they have heads up.
Okay.
There's a few others too. Stars has like the Zoom tables. Yeah. You can get action for sure. It's just like really scraping it together these days.
Yeah.
Someone's saying ACR got rid of heads up, so that actually might be the case. Thought they had it. 3/4 size bet from Daniel on the right. Doug looking him up with bottom pair. Nice call from Doug.
So I feel like the chat always goes nuts when Doug makes this like river call and he's wrong and always gets shown the nuts. But he's called Daniel light probably 4 times on the river today, and he's had a pretty good call success today, I feel like.
Yeah, today he's definitely his call success has been higher than usual for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember one of the sessions I was watching and I was just like face palming every time Doug paid him off. But
yeah, there was one in particular. Stubborn. One in particular that I was there was an ace king call on a 4 straight board that I'm still very questionable.
Oh, I saw that one
on Doug's end. Yeah, that was very questionable.
I was on vacation at the time, like railing the match, and I was just like, "Oh God."
Yeah, that doesn't feel like vacation right there.
Yeah.
Renju Master, how big do you think their analyzing teams can be? I'm assuming you mean like Doug's team and Daniel's team for like studying the hands and their opponent and all that. I would guess a handful of people each. Maybe a few, maybe, I don't know. Maybe like 1 or 2 people that they work with the most and then a handful of other people helping. I'm not sure. Something like that though. Both definitely have some people, some really good players and successful players in their corners for sure.
If I were to ever be in a similar spot, I would have a big team. The more, the merrier.
Indeed. Can't hurt. Block bet on the river from Daniel on the left. See if Doug decides to raise. Or if he decides to choose one of the more passive actions. Base by 4, I actually don't know who's on Doug's team, if you can believe it. I mean, unless you count like me, but I'm not helping him study.
Another overbet from Doug on the right. We've seen a lot of the 1.5 times sizing on the turn today on some of these like dryish boards.
Nice hero call from Doug on the left. He was getting insanely good pot odds, but all he had was a jack there. Nice call. Oh, we got a poker-related copy-paste. I'm surprised Daniel has been bluffing the river at this high of a frequency, considering how much Doug has been paying him off in the past sessions. That is actually a great copy-paste. I wish we had more nuanced copy-pastes like that. That is because that is a good troll. So just because you see Daniel, bluff 5 times in a session and they all got called, that doesn't mean he's like making a mistake or he's not adjusting to Doug calling more. Could just mean he had hands to bluff with, like he just had the hands that in his mind are the best hands to bluff with. That's how poker works sometimes. Just like sometimes you have the second nuts and they have the nuts and you get stacked. Sometimes you have the perfect bluffing hand and you get called. Basically all about variance when it comes to individual sessions.
All right, so both pots are interesting. So
that's copy pasta. I never knew that.
Checks to Doug in both pots. I'm more see him betting on the right than the left. He did check the left.
Daniel's going to win with 2 10s there. It's a nice sized pot with 2 overcards. So Daniel's in for about 150 by my count, so that would put him up about 20K this session. Sorry, we're going to update that middle thing for you guys in a bit. A couple small pots going on right here. By the way, guys, we will be back for another session on Wednesday, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. That's 22:30 GMT. I think. I'm not really familiar with those 24-hour clocks. Yeah, we'll be back. It'll be me and Jeff Boski commentating on Wednesday. Then we have a very special treat on Saturday. We've got Nick Schulman and Jamie Kerstetter going to be calling the action for you guys.
Oh wow, that's going to be a fun week of commentary. I'm excited for both.
Yeah, should be good.
Yeah,
Daniel winning a nice pot with a 3 on the right.
Be cooking all my Thanksgiving food on Thursday, so the Wednesday stream should be a lot of fun. Just have it on the TV in the living room. All right, pretty. Oh, Doug went
All
all
in
in
for Doug. No snap call from Daniel. Looks like Daniel's in at least somewhat of a tough spot. It's a big jam from Doug. I want to say it's a little over pot, but you know, math. Yeah, a little over, like, what, 120% or so?
Yeah. 26, 40, yeah. Hand is on the maracas, just waiting to see which way this hand goes.
You have to like chuck them if it goes poorly.
Yeah.
Chuck them against that window behind you. Hear some glass shattering.
Feel bad for these things.
Daniel tanked with a straight. Wow.
All you can eat, boys.
Daniel, almost as if he knew he was beat there. He did give a long tank there. Certainly not a hand he could, I think, even consider folding. It's just too strong of a hand. But yeah, nice one from Doug there. Cooler river. Very dirty stuff.
Daniel's good at calling when he knows he's behind, though. So like that
has long been one of his specialties for sure. I saw someone ask, dang it, when's the all-in Pav course coming out on Upswing? He actually already has some content in the Upswing Lab, which is our course for all things no limit hold'em, cash games, tournaments, live poker, Zoom, heads up, covers everything. He's got some content up there. He's got his first lesson going up in early 2021. Right now, all of his videos are just play and explains, where he's playing and explaining his thoughts in depth. Even more in depth than he does on his streams, if you can believe it.
So someone in the chat, Mossup7, said, "Grow up, Marty," to which I have to say, beep, beep, beep.
Four bet from Daniel on the left.
Oh, they're getting very deep as well. Over 200 big blinds.
Yeah, we can see a big pot on that left table. Four bet from. Oh, did I already say that? Broken record. 200 blinds deep to start this hand. We could see our first 400 blind pot of the match if this goes a certain way.
Is the stream dead for you?
It like refreshed for a second, but it's still there.
All right. Cool. All right.
I think we might have
4-bet pot.
We might have just got a host or something because we just picked up like 1,000 viewers. So that's cool. Thanks for joining us, guys. Whoever's new. We're here with 200, 400 action between Doug and Daniel. We have a 4-bet pot on the left here where Daniel made it about 11K pre, 200 blinds deep. Now he's betting a 5th pot, as he often does and should in 4-bet pots.
Oh, that's dirty, Doug. That's a dirty raise.
Very small raise.
He's playing against that. 200 big blinds deep. Pretty quick call.
Yeah, Daniel calls 9 on the turn. That I would think that's quite a bit better for Doug. He's going to have more of those.
I would too. Like king jack suited kind of hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daniel's not really.
And those make a lot of sense as a flop raise as well, since they're blocking like the Kings, king queen and queen jack kind of hands. Not that those are always going to 4-bet, but we have seen both players have those in their 4-bet range so far.
Particularly the offsuit combos.
Yeah,
they tend to call the suited ones as they should.
Yeah.
Check, check. River completes the 4 straight and the flush. Really interesting card in a 4-bet pot here. 40 in the middle, 43K in the middle. It's got about 150% pot behind. Doug's all in.
All in.
Could be the biggest pot of the match here if Daniel calls. Say it will be. But Daniel folds. Big one to Doug.
Turning up the heat.
Okay, so it looks like we didn't really get 1,000 new viewers. That was just like some sort of Twitch being weird thing. Oh, wow. Yeah, the chat just pointed out. I didn't notice somehow. Daniel's not topping up on the right table. That is in the rules of the challenge to do that. They have to top up, but I'm just assuming he missed it or something. Like I'm sure there's nothing nefarious here. And I know Daniel loaded $1 million for this match, and he's certainly not down $1 million, so he's not like low on money or anything. Nice call from Daniel with ace high on the right for 20 blind.
He's almost back to a full stack now. Is he gonna fix it?
Can we have you on here again, Marty? You've been hilarious, bro. You should do comedy.
Huh. That's the same guy that was just hating a minute ago. I feel like he's trying to be a funny man himself. I'm not gonna fall for it.
I think you've been great. I've fallen for it. And by it, I mean you.
Oh, thanks. My heart's melting. So what I can do is I'll definitely get back on towards the end of the challenge. Like once the Perkins patio is complete, I'll be sure to do a stream from the patio that was paid for by this challenge. That'd be a great thing. All right, pretty connected board on the right.
Grape Schmet, Tom and Tim asked, do you guys both make a living playing poker? I used to, but in 2015, when Upswing Poker launched, I hopped on that rocket ship with Doug and Fee and Matt Coletta to help out with the business. Stopped playing poker at that point, other than recreationally. Marty most certainly still makes a living playing poker there, one of the top tournament players online. Doug with D-Negs with a nice value bet on the right, winning us 7.5k pot, and Doug hitting the 6 on the river with his gutter to make a pair and win that one.
So Upswing was 2015, Mike, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast, like how quickly the time goes by.
No kidding.
Yeah,
it's been a very fast 4 years for me, or 4.5 years.
Yeah, because Upswing was basically the end of me and Doug's stable. He transitioned from that into Upswing, basically.
Right.
A lot changes in 5 years.
How did Doug go from 20 to 60K? He had a nice bluff, or well, I'm just like filling in the blanks that it was a bluff, right? I revealed that I could see the cards. Whoops. Yeah, Doug called a 4-bet. They were 200 blinds deep on the left table. Doug called a 4-bet. The flop came Queen 10-7, 2 hearts. Doug check raised versus Daniel's small c-bet. Turn was a 9, so Queen 10-7, 9. It goes check, check. River's the 6 of hearts, 3rd heart. Doug gonna win that one with a straight on the left. 3rd heart, Doug jammed the river for like 60 into 40, and Daniel folded. So he picked up a nice little pot there, and then a few other small ones.
Well, there was also the full house versus straight.
Oh, I think that one might have already happened because this guy was saying he came at Doug plus 20K and now he's plus 60. But anyway, there was also this full house versus straight. Action doesn't even really matter because it's such a cooler. It was the board was 10-8, something like 5-7-7 or something along those lines. But the relevant cards are 10-8-7-7. And Doug had 8-7. Daniel had Jack-9 for the nut straight. Doug rivered the full house. He got the full stack there for about a 90K pot. Jono say 11. Would you give Doug the advantage heads up versus stir? I would say so, yes. And there, for those who don't know, there is an active, unanswered heads up challenge from Doug to Tom Dwan on Doug's YouTube channel. You can see the video. He challenges Tom Dwan to a $5 million heads up match. I think he was trying to pick an amount. It was a couple of years ago. He was trying to pick an amount that, Dwan's playing for these super high stakes in Macau. He wanted to pick an amount that actually might be like something that could get Dwan excited. So that's why he chose that really, really large, almost comically large amount. But that one has not went answered. So unanswered at this point.
He's still got another challenge to finish as well, right? He's kind of backed up on the challenges.
He does have quite a bit. For people wondering why the stacks, nice pot for Daniel on the left, just out pipping Doug. People wondering why Doug's only up 60 despite having a lot more than Daniel on the table. That's because Daniel was up about 40 or 50K at one point, so Doug has added more than Daniel has. So that's why it seems like Doug would be up a lot more than he is. And he might be up a little bit more because our thing in the middle there's just an estimate, but it's at least close to right.
All right, 3-bet pot on the left from Doug.
The Queen 9-2. Another interesting 3-bet pot board. Pretty draw heavy. Got a couple high cards. I'm not sure why D-Negs isn't topping up. I've seen a few people ask that. I'm not sure what's going on there. I mean, he's close to the top up. It's not an amount that Doug would ever get upset about. If Daniel was trying to work like a 25K stack or something, I think we might see some words out of Doug on that. But yeah, it's understandable. If just because Daniel hovers around 34K for a few hands, it doesn't mean anything nefarious is going on. More than likely, he just forgot to hit it or something. I thought
Doug,
he had.
It's probably better not to bring it up because you don't want to stop the action and you just want things to keep going as long as they can.
Yeah, for sure, and he'll realize eventually.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't think Daniel's angling, and I also don't think. I don't think there's anything crazy like that going on. That said, Doug winning a nice showdown with just ace high on the left and 3-bet pot checks down.
I would assume Daniel probably had ace high as well.
More than likely, maybe king high. As some people are saying, I thought Daniel had auto top up on. I mean, maybe he's just been really good about hitting it because it seems like he's been auto reloading for a lot of the match, but for some reason right now he's not. Marty's surname is pronounced Mathis.
Yep, that is correct. Is that a flop overbet in a single raise pot by Doug on the left?
Looks like it.
Looks like 22 into 18.
Interesting to see. About 125%.
I don't really think we've seen any flop overbets, or at least I can't recall any in a single raise pot so far, and I've watched a good portion of the match.
Daniel putting in the river probe gets through for an 11K pot. So we're going to definitely ask Doug what he had when he joins us for the chat after the session. We're definitely going to ask him what he had in that 4-bet pot on that Queen 10-7 9-6 board when he overbet jammed the river for like 60K. Are there any other hands you Marty or anyone else think we should ask about? Just so we have the questions ready.
Maybe curious what he paid off the King's bet with. I assume it was some kind of 10x, but I guess that was the biggest hand he lost. So I would like to hear about the biggest pot he won and the biggest pot he lost, where we don't know the cards.
What was that board? It was like 6-5-4, 2 clubs, and then like 10 of clubs 9 or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, 6-5-4, 10-9.
That's what I thought. Oh yeah, Goat is mixing to ask about the ace hand, where Daniel just like 3-bet and check down. That was a bizarre one.
Oh yeah, I would love to hear Doug's reaction to that one, because I wonder if it was similar to mine. Like
it was like King Jack X Jack X
Yeah.
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to be able to click the replayer and go back and like watch the hand, but obviously watching someone else's stream for WSOP, it's not something I can do. But I was because sometimes you get lost following the action, and it happens. There's no whole cards. There's 2 tables, no sound. It's hard to follow all the heads up action, but that was it's a questionable play.
Good one, Doug Wallace. That was an interesting hand where Doug raised the river with kings. That's another good one to ask about, where Daniel called with ace-3.
All right, so while you're doing the questions, I'll try to pick up the action some. We have a 3-bet pot on the left from Daniel, 10 deuce 4 with a heart draw. He goes for the bigger size and fold.
Gets through. So Doug's got about 250K on the table. That would, if our number's right, that would have him in for about 170K. That seems about right to me. He might be in for a little less. If anything, I think our estimate in the middle is underestimating how much Doug is up, but don't quote me on that because it could be slightly off. Three-quarters pot, double barrel for Daniel on the left gets through.
Doug with the 3-bet on the right.
Ace-9-5 flop, you'd expect a lot of c-bets from Doug here, and he goes for the small one.
All right, going for a big double barrel here.
Gets called. Ooh, that's a diamond on the river. That's probably going to be a little better for Daniel. Daniel's going to call with more flush draws.
I would assume so as well, especially similar spot to earlier where the ace, the top pair on the board, is not of a diamond. So
for Doug. The nutters for Daniel, straight for Doug. Very cooler river.
Very cooler river.
If Daniel could have handpicked a river, knowing the hands, he probably would have chose that one. Maybe the 7 of diamonds. Or no, he had that one. So
yeah. That's the one.
That was the one. Nice hand for Daniel. Pretty standard play. Will do, Mark Lapien, or whatever your name is. I've seen you around. I will ask him about Lilith sizing, remind him. He should be badgered about that. I actually need to think of a different way to phrase that. Maybe like, will you understand if your fans abandon you if you do go through another session without using Leet? Yeah.
All right, so we have a big pot brewing on the left. I didn't even really see how it went down. I don't know if it's 3-bet, c-bet, check, or yeah, I would assume it had to be Daniel 3-bet, c-bet, and then check this turn. But I'm not positive.
Doug's going for the large, and Doug going for the large bet. That's exactly right. That's how I know your name, because you tweet a lot. You also have a very notable avatar on Twitter. You have that photo of Jeff Gross that's really funny. Jeff Gross like won a tournament, and he's like holding his trophy for winning the tournament, and he's got like literally like 9 patches or ads around him. It's so good. It's like the most 2020, well, I should say modern poker thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it looked like a walking billboard. I saw that picture.
It's really funny. Really, really funny. Nothing more late stage poker than that. And like going to the Rio and just seeing like 9 people with selfie sticks like recording their vlogs or whatever. So good. Tony Fresh 22, we're live. We are live. You're about 5 seconds behind us, but basically live.
Is that it?
Could be a break. Could be it for him. Let's see.
Someone asked, did Bill Perkins give me permission to commentate on this match? I'm pretty sure I don't need permission, so I don't know.
Oliver Packer, it feels like Doug is winning more of the hands, but Daniel's winning slightly more of the big pots. Do you feel the same? I mean, I can't say for sure, obviously. I'd just be kind of wagering an educated guess. I would say, yeah, Doug's probably winning a decent percentage more of the pots. I would say maybe like 52, 48, 53, 47. Oh, we're back. We're still playing cards, boys.
Oh, yeah. All right. You never know when they're walking away and when they aren't.
Yeah, no kidding. I have to wonder. Yeah, I always want more. I have to wonder if they're communicating somehow, or if like Doug is sweating this just as much as we are. Kyra Leo HS, how can they monitor that they don't input hands into the tracker software after the games? That's a tough one to enforce. I don't think they have any enforcement measures for that one. You do have to keep in mind, though, that like just doing it would be a risk of it getting out, and it would be like, I mean, can you just imagine if that happened? Like if you found out Daniel or Doug was using a tracking software against the rules, like it would be huge. So like just the risk of using it is like likely enough of a deterrent. Because, you know, maybe it's not enforceable, but there's always a chance something comes out. So, yeah.
Dare I say the biggest scandal in poker?
The biggest of all time, no doubt.
The biggest of all time, no doubt.
River bottom pair for Doug wins a check down pot on the left. My Wee Wee's Green asks, 200 big blinds deep, will we see larger 3-bets now? Maybe from Daniel. You'll actually see smaller 3-bets from Doug. Doug is taking the approach, which is, from what I understand, I'm not super familiar with it, so I don't want to speak too much to it. But from what I understand, it's more of a modern like solver sort of influence technique to actually use smaller 3-bet sizes when you're deeper, because that way the pot is smaller when you're playing post flop out of position, and the in position player's share of the pot goes up when you're deeper. So like by 3-betting smaller, the in position player, in this case Daniel, is winning more of a smaller pot. So it's like slightly better to use that smaller size. When you 3-bet bigger, you're actually making the pot even bigger out of position, which you might get a little bit more value, but it'll be made up for in a bad way. It'll be canceled out by how much of an advantage your opponent has being in position with so many chips behind.
All right, 3-bet on the left. Probably not a board Doug's going to be betting a lot in the 3-bet pot, I would assume. I would assume more checks than bets there, but we do have a big bet.
Yeah, I would expect this to be a decently high frequency check for Doug. Gets the 9 on the turn. That's definitely going to be a fair bit better for Daniel. Daniel's going to have more like 7-8s, 10-8s, Jack-8s, pair plus gutters, or just like Jack-9 now makes 2 pair. Josh YT2, did they ever reset stacks? No, they're just playing it out.
It's definitely different than what my perception of the match. Like I assume they'd be resetting very frequently and mostly playing around 100 to 150 big blinds. But I like that they're not resetting, and I think it makes it a lot more interesting to watch.
For sure. It's also just like it's so lame to reset, like you know, for the stream too. Like just like imagine every time they get like 200 blinds deep, like we have to X out a table, they open a new one.
Yeah, have to make sure they sit in the right seat. Got to sit down in the right order. Yeah, that would be hella annoying.
A huge pain. Another small bet from Daniel here. We've seen him do this with some really, really strong hands. We saw him do it with a flush in one of the first sessions. Let's see what he's got here. Does get called. He's got the straight. That one makes a fair bit more sense. Yeah. Still likely better to go a little bigger, but excuse me. Over under how much longer we play tonight from Nut Bluff? That's a great question. I'm going to poll that. Let's poll it.
I'm in it for the long haul.
Oh, yeah. I'm here all night. You want to just like pull up a couple like 2-4 heads up tables and like bring those up for the stream after these guys are done? We'll just watch
if we can find some 2-4 heads up tables anywhere.
Yeah. Tougher than you'd think. There actually is temporarily, there are heads up tables on WSOP.com that they added specifically for this challenge. And so the guys could practice. So if you've ever wanted to play heads up on WSOP.com and you live in Nevada, New Jersey, or Delaware, this is your chance. You've got the next month or so to play some heads up. They will probably delete the tables after. Longest session they've done Big Munted Melter is about 3.5 hours.
Wow, Daniel raises Doug's river over bet on the right.
You'd expect Daniel to have a pretty damn strong hand to do that, or at least a very strong blocker. After this hand, we'll run the poll. Doug's got to call 18K to win 42. Decent pot odds, but he did overbet. And he's facing a raise. He does fold. All right, here's the poll. How much longer will they play today, guys? More than 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes? I'm putting the poll on Twitch, on YouTube. If you think it's more than 30 minutes, type a 1 in the chat. Less than 30 minutes, type a 2.
All right, I'm going to place my vote.
Discord's weird. It'll like literally be, I'll look down and it's closed, but the call's fine. It just makes like no sense. Oh, my video's off.
Yeah, I see Jimmy Fricky's face in place of yours now.
Whoops. Sorry about that, Jimmy. Can you fix it? You guys are getting to see how the sausage is made. See, you just drag it behind there, just like that. See, there's a little black space, so he's going to drag it a little to the right. Fascinating stuff. 3-bet pot on the left. Daniel's going for the larger size on this Queen 9-6 board. Doug calls, gets the 7 of spades on the turn. Really draw heavy board now.
Very draw heavy.
Believe this would be the biggest pot of the session if they were to get all in.
Interesting river card. I wouldn't assume Doug has a ton of 8x though.
Yeah, he could have a hand like 9-8. Ooh, Daniel with the ace-9. It's a nice sized pot for just a 9 there.
Yeah, they have to be pretty much back within even now or close, right? We said Doug was in for 150 or 170?
Around 170, yeah.
Yeah.
It's about even again. Very swingy match today so far. Both players have taken turns being up over 50K. Doug's been up 50K a couple times. Less than 30 minutes is the winner over on Twitch. Let's see. For those who haven't heard, Doug will be joining us for a quick chat after the session, so stick around when the players sit out. He's going to hop on the call. We're going to ask him some questions for you guys. How many times have they put it in pre-flop during the challenge? Kyra Leo HS asks. I want to say 4 or 5. Mostly pre-flop coolers, as you'd expect. I mean, all pre-flop coolers. Neither player has gotten it in like super light or anything. Three-bet pot on the right. We see Doug use that smaller 3-bet size, hence the slightly smaller pot. He makes it 3,700.
And checks
Doug,
on monotone texture.
Doug with a nice value bet on the left with the 8. Jason 2890. Yes, Ace Queen was the worst hand that was all in preflop, and it was a standard shove from Daniel. He 3-bet and then shoved with Ace Queen, super standard. Into Doug's queens though, so that was a poorly played part by Daniel. Should have made Doug have jacks or something.
So Doug's double checked here on the right. I think he have a reasonably strong double checking range, but the 4th club, I don't know what to think of that, but he could have like 10s, jacks, even kings with the club, or even value bet the 7 of clubs.
Nice hand from Doug there, for sure.
Nice value bet.
By the way, guys, it is a big week over at Upswing Poker. Hasn't quite started yet, but our Black Friday sale, Black Friday / Cyber Monday sale, starts on Thursday. Every course is going to be 25% off. That includes the Upswing Lab, Nick Petrangelo's advanced courses, Kane Callis' short deck course, Jake Lama's amazing mixed game player, his mixed game course, Canu 7's cash game course, everything we've got, 25% off. Discount automatically applies. That said, we are going to do a sneak peek, or rather I should say an early bird discount code on the Wednesday stream. So if you tune into the Wednesday stream, you can get a coupon code to get the sale early, just in case you just are chomping at the bit to get in those courses. We also have a lot of good free stuff at Upswing. If you're not someone who feels like buying a poker training course, that's totally reasonable. If you'd rather just improve your skills for free, we have free preflop charts. We have the 10 laws of live poker, a free guide. We have a free guide for PLO as well. Bunch of free stuff if you go on the site and go into the free resources tab. We also have an articles section and a quizzes section. Probably like 450 plus articles, free articles about poker strategy covering different concepts, from bluff catching to bluffing to check raising to facing check raises, delay c betting, like literally everything you can imagine. We probably have an article about it. If you're curious about a specific topic, and you could just Google Upswing Poker and then the topic. So for example, Upswing Poker bluff catching, and you'll see our articles about that. Easy way to improve your game for free.
It's amazing how much good free content there is now. When I was coming in poker, like the only way I got free content was reading a poker book on the floor at Barnes and Noble. And now you can watch anything. There's so many training sites, a lot of people willing to help. Like, it's never been a better time to try to become a poker player if you want to put in the time. Everything's there for you.
Adam Butko asked, are there student discounts for Upswing courses? During the Black Friday sale, no. That's the lowest price we go all year, 25% off. We really put a lot of value into our courses and a lot of work into them, so we don't really discount them more than that. That said, if you ever email us outside of the sale, we could probably give you 10, 15% off or something, just for if you're a student. Just let us know. support@upswingpoker.com if you want to get at us. It's kind of funny, actually. Quick aside, the Upswing Poker support email has sort of become this just like ask your poker questions here email recently. We've just been getting like, hey, what's a good site to play on? Or hey, how do you approach check raising? I'm like, all right, I guess I'll write you a paragraph if you want. Like, whatever, I got time. But that's that's been happening a lot recently. Just random poker questions.
I guess that's a good sign.
Oh yeah, for sure. If people want to use the Upswing support email to ask as like a poker question hotline, we're happy for that. Happy to help them out.
Oh,
overbet raise from Doug. Whew, that's a hefty raise. Daniel's got to call 15,000. Daniel's got to call 15,000 to win 20. Pot odds don't get too much worse than that. JLH2310. The website is upswingpoker.com. I don't know if that was not a troll question or not, but I'll answer.
All right, we have the flat 3-bet on the left. He's check 2 on jack deuce 3.
Jack on the turn. Neither player should have too much jack X after the flop goes check check. I would think Daniel has slightly more, being the out of position player, but neither has a lot.
Yeah, pretty quick fold from Doug to the small size. So.
Why the massive raise? Rock Boyardee and a couple other people asked. That's a great question. That's going to be something we ask Doug. I'm not even going to bother explaining that, or rather, I should say, attempting to explain that, because I would just be wagering my best guess.
All right, overbet from Doug on the right. I would assume he just called flop c-bet. Check, check, turn, overbet river.
Does anyone remember that board on that huge raise from Doug? If you do, can you drop it in chat? I've liked this new approach of copy pastas in the chat, where if someone says something like kind of stupid, it just gets like copy pasted like crazy, and people just like are relentless. It's really funny. That's a good one.
Yeah, pretty relentless indeed. All right, so similar spot. Daniel is betting on the river now. I assume just bet. Doug big bet flop, check, check, turn.
Daniel, nice value bet with an 8.
Yeah, that was a nice value bet. It's so hard to want to talk like all shit to Daniel and say all the things he's doing wrong, but I think he's played pretty well this match. He's made some good value bets. And as much as I want to make this commentary one-sided and Doug running away with it, we've seen some fair play from Daniel today. So you got to call it how you see it.
Indeed. Brett M. Call asks, Mike, can you recommend a TV series for me to start tonight? Man. I don't know if you've seen The Queen's Gambit. That was really good. Seems like everyone's seen it, though, so I don't know if that's actually a good recommendation. Oh, Letterkenny. JV Fricky reminding me of one of the best shows that not enough people have heard of, Letterkenny. Fantastic show about rural Canadians. Oh, it's just too good. It started as a YouTube short, too, which is fantastic. Just like the guys deserve it. Grinded YouTube and then just like now flipped it into a show. Letterkenny, for those who didn't hear it the first time.
We just bought Disney Plus today. It just came out in Mexico this week, so I'm going to be watching some Disney movies when this winds down.
Oh, amazing.
4-bet from Daniel on the left. All right, call from Doug.
Thunder Thief Trailer Park Boys will forever be the best show about rural Canadians, perhaps. But if you haven't seen Letterkenny, check it out. You'll like it if you like Trailer Park Boys. Doug is going to check his whole range here on the left. This 4-bet pot. Once again, another opportunity to have our biggest pot of the match here. If they get all in, we'll be at 150K. Going to be tough to do if Daniel uses this small bet, though. Let's see if Doug decides to put in a check raise, give us some entertainment. Call. Thank you, Alpha, for that board.
All right, another 20% bet from Daniel in this 4-bet pot on the turn on the left.
Call from Doug. Daniel's got about 1.4 pots left on the river. He could jam this in, but more than likely we're going to see a normal size bet. He definitely still wants to value bet with a hand like aces or kings, and jamming would be a little ambitious. Doug with
sixes
the
are good there, huh?
Ooh.
Ooh, man.
Did not expect sixes to win that one.
I did not expect sixes to win that one, and I'm not even sure if I expected sixes to turn peel. Obviously, I don't know how to play 200 big blind heads up, but
well, Daniel did also use like an incredibly small
size
bet. Yeah, 6K into 30. I mean, Doug needs 20% equity or whatever less. So I mean, see a river. Maybe it'll be a 6, or maybe he'll just be good like he was. Matthew Castle with some really top-notch advice on YouTube. Anyone who's an aspiring poker player, I urge you to listen to this next statement from Matthew Castle. His advice: just play the game. It isn't hard. Daniel with the double barrel on the left. On the
well
board
fed, Daniel Castle.
Was it even Daniel? Was it Daniel Castle? No. we just get his name wrong.
Matt Castle, sorry. I got his name wrong. I was just I just have Daniel in my head, obviously.
Of course. Triple barrel from Daniel. Rivers the straight, gets the value. Doug betting the river for 2/3 on the right with the bluff, 5-9. Daniel looking him up with the 3. Bottom pair is good.
There was a weird lag on that hand, so it took me like 4 seconds to see the showdown.
Jane Goku says if they have so much money to play with, can't they do more useful stuff with it, like helping hungry people and poverty? Why not both? You can play high stakes poker and you can donate to people. So Doug will be joining us at the end of the session for a quick chat. Still looking for some questions to ask him if you guys have anything you want to know. We have a lot of hands we're already asking about, so ideally if you have some questions about like the challenge generally, or even just something a little off topic, totally fine. Minnesota Twins, Doug was the one that didn't want proceeds going to charity. That's true. Doug did not want a charity element to this match, but that wasn't to say he is against giving to charity necessarily. He didn't want the match to be about that. He didn't want to use the match to promote some sort of charity. Wanted to keep it focused on that. Mark says Doug did a 25K of his 30K giveaway and streamed on Twitch for years. He's done his part for charity. I don't know if that counts, but sure. King high for Daniel, winning a nice little pot on the left. Pretty much any pot is nice. King high, any size. In the mouth poker, so the focus is on what? No matter who wins, what did it prove? I've noticed an obsession with people talking about what this match proves, or what each player's trying to prove, or like what they get from winning. They're trying to win money, guys. They're playing each other for money. Yeah. That's what they're playing for. Is there some bragging rights? Sure. But they're playing for money first and foremost. In particular, Doug is playing for money. Yeah. That's his main motivation. I'm sure Daniel has I would bet Daniel has
some incentives.
More incentives. I mean, certainly like Daniel beating Doug here would be amazing for his brand. And also, I mean, just like backing up, like I think Daniel just playing this match is like amazing for him, like for his future poker endeavors, like studying Heads Up No Limit, which is a game that sort of makes you better at a lot of other games just by virtue of being good at wide range spots. Like he's getting really good, or at least like really solid at Heads Up. And like he hasn't done that before. So this is going to almost certainly pay dividends for Daniel in his tournament career, his high stakes cash game, like 9-handed career, like pretty much everything. Like it's going to help him out. So he certainly has that motivation. But Doug doesn't really have future plans to play poker. So I'm quite certain that his motivation is money exclusively. He also probably doesn't want to lose to Daniel.
One of the big winners in this whole matchup is GG Poker. They're the only major poker site that's doing any coverage or having it on. And they're kind of in an arms race with Poker Stars right now. And to be able to have thousands of viewers on their stream every day watching this, promoting their head player, driving people to their website. Like you have WSOP.com and you have GG, who are both bringing traffic to their site through this. And none of the other people are like doing anything like that. So it's really great for them.
Daniel winning a nice pot on the left with a jack. On the right, rather. Dobfin, that's actually really not true. If it was only for money, they could play weaker opponents. That's not really true, necessarily. I mean, Doug wasn't playing Heads Up before this.
Doug had a nice bet call on the left with top pair. He had a missed flush draw, bet river. Daniel raised with missed gut shot, queen 8 on like jack 9, 5, 7, king. So I think it was a reasonable raise from Daniel and good call by Doug, obviously.
Matt Ludwig, do you think they will respect each other after this? I think they're both going to respect each other more after this, yes. Almost certainly. I bet they already respect each other more.
Do you think they'll get each other a Christmas gift?
No. I don't think they'll go to dinner together or anything, but they're going to be at least more cordial. Doug talked about on another interview, he said something along the lines of like during the live session, he told Daniel that regarding all the rake stuff and all the standing by Poker Stars stuff, all that stuff, Doug stands by what he said, would still back it up. However, Doug said that he thinks he did go a little bit too hard when it comes to some specific things regarding Daniel. I don't even want to say what the things are because they're pretty
risque.
Yeah. But Doug does think he went at Daniel a little bit too hard in about certain things that aren't about Poker Stars, aren't about poker. Just
we see this big river raise again from Doug on the right.
Really big raise. Another spot where Daniel has to call 18,000 to win 26,000. Really bad pot odds.
Daniel's deep in the tank on that one. All right.
He does fold. Maso P, read this message because I didn't pay to have it highlighted. You got it, buddy.
So I saw Doug make a really small bet on the left. I don't know if it was a 3-bet pot. He bet like 700 into 4K. So I assume he just led.
Yeah, on the left.
Single raise pot, and he led on the 6 middle card
check
pairing.
Check flop, led turn. Yeah, that's something you see a lot in not just heads up in a lot of game types. It's called a lot of people call it the weak lead. Different names for it, but it's basically where a card comes on the turn after you call a c-bet out of position. A card comes on the turn that changes the texture in such a way that you have a lot more strong hands, or at least a lot more hands that hit that card than your opponent. So you're expecting them to check back a lot. So you lead into them to not allow them to check back. And that's a way to leverage your advantage on that card. We actually have a whole article about that on Upswing that I wrote. If you want to check it out, just Google Upswing Poker Cheat Code. The article's called like this poker cheat code will help you win more hands. Check that out. It's all about how the weak lead functions, like really like the technical theory stuff behind it. So go check that out if you're interested in that concept. Pretty interesting stuff. One of the more interesting plays in poker, in my opinion.
Good article name too. The poker cheat code. Everybody wants a cheat code when they're playing a game, I guess.
Indeed. Doug actually got mad at me when I published that one a little bit because he was like, we should never say anything about cheating regarding our brand or whatever. And I was like, this play's pretty sweet. I don't know.
Right.
Three bet on the left from Daniel. Clipter3 asks, how does the duration of 12.5K or 25K hands work? That's one of our FAQs, actually. Frequently asked questions. If you don't know what's really going on in the challenge, I just typed it in there. We have answers to a few common questions that we get. You can also just go to that link in the middle bottom of the screen, upswingpoker.com/HU for grudge, and then there's an FAQ button. So hit that button. We'll have a bunch of answers to questions like that. Didn't want to have to answer, the same ones over and over again because a lot of people are, tuning in for multiple streams. Don't want them to have to hear the same answers over and over again.
You're a patient man, Mike Brady. I got to give you props.
Bum Scratcher, you are right. I did not come up with the cheat code name. That was Pratush Budiga, who I first saw it from. I don't know if he was the first one to say it.
Someone says
you were going to read the same one as me, I think.
Yeah.
Even if Doug wins this challenge, D-Negs is beating him in life. Well, there you go, guys. Throw in the towel. Let's shut down the stream. D-Negs wins no matter what. Why even watch?
Yeah.
Out-pipping Doug on the left.
Life's a long journey, and Daniel's clearly got a great life. But I wouldn't count Doug out 20 years from now either.
Nor would I.
I was super jealous. Daniel had that tweet where he had his pictures of wine, and he had a couple very nice bottles. I was super jealous of what he'll be drinking this week.
T Cupton 88, as we have this 5K pot on the left here. Doug Seabeck getting called asks, does the Upswing Lab have a course about blind defense in Zoom? That's a weirdly phrased question. The Upswing Lab is a course. There's no courses within it. But the course does cover big blind defense, and it also covers Zoom games. So yes, in a way, the answer to your question is yes. By the way, I saw someone ask for a movie recommendation. I just want to get this out there. The movie Hobbs and Shaw. It's a Fast and the Furious spinoff. Oh, it is something else. Cinematic gold. Check that out.
I'm liking all these recommendations, Mike Brady. Keep them coming.
I'll try. I'm only choosing ones with like kind of mass appeal. It's just, man, Hobbs and Shaw is special, man. The amount of disguises that The Rock and Jason Statham get into in that movie, and the level to which the disguises do not disguise them at all is so phenomenal. So phenomenal. The movie's amazing. I don't normally like Fast and Furious movies, but well, I kind of enjoy them. It's in a certain way, kind of like turning off the brain, seeing something crazy. Yeah, that one is it's special.
Yeah, some of the movies I like most in the theaters are the ones you go to just like shut your brain off for.
Yeah, definitely. They're not my favorite movies, but they're some of my favorite to watch.
And when you were still able to, I liked going out to the movie theaters. We do that quite often.
Doug is probably up about 35K right now, approximately. So that estimate in the middle is about right, even though it's 10 minutes behind. The guy who asked for a movie rec wants another one? Ugh.
Oh, when you give a moose a muffin, this is what you get.
I know. Yeah, I'm going to play tight with my movie recs right now.
Well, if he wants to know what I'm going to watch The New Lady and the Tramp on Disney Plus once this is over.
Mark asks, I just sent an email to Upswing. When should I get a reply? Talking about how people kind of use it as a poker helpline, not to ask about actual Upswing stuff. If you ask like a poker strategy like question, I'm going to be the one who answers it, and it'll be like this week. I answer them like once a week usually. If you ask like a support question, our support team will see it and take care of it. But yeah, I check the strategy type questions intermittently. Can't check it every day.
I feel like you've really opened the strategy floodgates now as well. Might be a slippery slope you're on.
It's fine with me. If people want to spend time emailing back and forth with an at Upswing Poker email, it is fine with me. Check raise from Doug. Check raise bluff from Daniel on the right. Quick call from Doug with the straight. Interesting bluff from Daniel. He does block the 9-10. Reasonable hand to bluff with. I would think a hand like 10-7 might be a better hand to bluff with, because then you block some full houses as well. That said, maybe a hand like that is good enough to call with. So
yeah,
could make sense.
And Daniel said he has one of those randomizers. He could have just rolled high.
Daniel's sitting out. Could be it for him. He does tend to put the ... chat in chat when he's done. So maybe he's not done. Check down to river. He's betting 400 into 2K on the right. Daniel essentially delaying his c-bet all the way to the river now. Doug delaying his check raise, apparently. Doug's bluffing with king 2. Daniel's got the queen for the straight.
All right. I would hate for that to be it, but it very well might be. But as you said, we haven't seen the ...
What is DNEGS going to do? Does he want to keep playing? We're right at that 30-minute mark when we set that over-under. Really close.
Oh, wow. That was a good line then.
Yeah, no kidding.
What was the percentage? What did the polls say?
Under was a pretty big winner.
Yeah.
It's like 60-40 or 70-30 under.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh, God, it's such a beautiful day, guys. Such a beautiful day for some poke. For some high-stakes, unlimited Texas Hold'em here on the internet.
Monday night, Thanksgiving week. Everybody's getting relaxed. Besides the dogs.
Thanks for bearing with me on that dog, guys. She is she likes to bark, and it's loud and shrill. Perfect for the streams. Does DNeggs use a randomizer for when to quit? Could be. Could be sitting out every bathroom break. He rolls a 6-sided die. If it comes up 1 or 2, he quits or something. I don't know. You might be onto something.
Someone in the chat says every time that dog barks, it sets off mine. I feel your pain. I have 3 dogs. Whenever we're watching TV and there's a dog in the scene, I try to mute it as soon as I can so they don't go crazy.
That's funny. Yeah, a dog that can see dogs on the screen cannot be fun. Balance update? I could do that for you, man. Let's see here. Doug's in for about 170. What has he got on the table here? About, well,
Like
let's see what happens on
215-ish?
this right table. Yeah, let's see what happens on this right table.
210. Yeah. Oh,
That's trip aces. Now Doug's got
bit more,
that
222.
That math, yeah, that math is easier. 222. Doug's up about 52K this session right now, by my count. Could be a little off. Almost certainly is. SuperTubes asks, I still want to know the story of DNegg's car in the handicap spot. That's actually a great question. I would love to clue you in on that. So DNegg's, he claims, and I believe him, that he didn't actually park in that handicap spot like in like a normal situation. He did park in the handicap spot, unquestionably. But apparently it was during some like special day where the whole parking lot was essentially empty. So in his mind, this is what he says, by the way. So he parked there because like literally the whole parking lot's empty. Like no one's going to the poker room area or whatever, or the side area where the WSOP is. So that's why he parked there. But yeah, I mean, the image is just like, he should have realized that like an image of that existing is just like too memeable. So that was a pretty huge punt from him. Someone says they told him to park there, so it wasn't even. So that's even that's pretty brutal. They really set him up to get screwed if that's the case. Because someone's going to take a picture of that. It literally said DNeggs as his license plate. Like someone's going to take a picture. Someone, Doug getting paid off with a straight on the left.
I've never understood like wanting to put your name on your license plate. It just seems like bad security in general. But to each their own.
That's a good point. I never really thought of that, actually. Ooh, question for the Doug post game: is he going to take Doyle heads up Raz? Yeah, let's ask him. I'm gonna ask him what game would he not play against Doyle heads up, because I know Doug would play. Nice pot for Doug on the left with the jack. I know Doug would play like an Omaha 8 or a Raz or a stud 8, like one of those like really fundamental. Or not, I shouldn't say fundamental, but one of those like really relatively common like horse games or 8-game games. I mean, he offered to play one of those versus Daniel. Doug offered to play half no limit this and then half any game Daniel wanted, but Daniel wanted to just let the dice roll on all no limit. But I could see Doug not being willing to play like a Badoogie or something like that, or one of those weird games that's like just almost a totally different game from poker. I'm curious if there's any game he would not play Doyle in.
I thought the way that Doyle asked Doug was like very clever. He's just like such like a long time good hustler. He's just like, how about we play heads up Raz? It's a real simple game, son. Yeah, well, it is simple. The worst hand wins.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm biased, of course, but I would bet on Doug on Raz versus Doyle. Not if they just played tomorrow, but if Doug had time to study. I mean, I just think Doug has more access to like getting better at Raz than Doyle does. But then again, Doyle's been playing it for like 50 years. Maybe he'd crush him. I could be off.
Maybe Doyle wants to lay some odds on Doug. Maybe I could be getting odds instead of giving them for once.
Yeah, no kidding. I could see that happening.
I'm not laying 4-1 on Doug and Raz versus Doyle. Like that would feel awful.
I don't blame you. Doug winning a nice pot with the top pair, turn middle pair on the left. Nut Bluff 1 says, oh wait, was it? Oh no, someone else said, you're in love with Doug, Mike. He didn't put a comma, but I'm assuming he doesn't mean Doug Mike, like that's a single name. Like talking to me, I'm in love with Doug. I actually do love Doug. I'm not in love with him, but I do love him. He's a great guy. Been my friend for a long time.
It's hard not to love.
He's an endearing guy. A lot of people only see his like Twitter antics and stuff. And you know, I don't blame you. I don't blame the people for being like, man, this guy's kind of a douche. Don't blame it at all. But yeah, I mean, he's an endearing guy when you're with him in person.
Yeah. True sweetheart. Doug was the first person that I had met in real life off of 2+2. Oh, chop pot. Yeah, we met in 2008, so it's been like 12 and a half years since we first met. Been a very long time for both of us.
I met him in like 2012. I was living in Rosarito, and a friend and I went up to Vegas to go to Doug's place to meet Jungle Man because my friend wanted to get heads-up coaching from Jungle Man. And then he ended up getting coaching from Doug instead. That's how I ended up meeting Doug, being friends with him through that.
Yeah, we really just miss each other in Rosarito. It's a shame.
It is. When did you move there?
So basically the summer of 2012.
Right. Yeah, that's super close. I left in like spring 2012. That sucks.
All right. So we have 3-bet C-bet, small size from Daniel, 25% on the left. If he does keep betting, I'd probably expect to see the small, like blocking-ish size that he's been using. No, 3/4, so very wrong.
Chunky bet.
Yeah, very chunky bet.
Mike Sukakos asks, updated stack 70K now? I'm not sure what exactly you mean, but Doug is in for about 170K. At least that's what we're going off of. Rolled up trips. That one pizza place just south of Rosa is incredible. Wow. Ollie's, right. That's a blast from the past.
Yeah, Ollie's is bomb. They're still not open. They're doing takeout only right now. The day they're open, there's gonna be like a 2-week wait to get inside that place. I miss it so much.
That was one of my best Mexico moments, or at least more memorable Mexico moments, was like being there. And I think we ordered like 2 Coronas, and it came to like, you know, some amount of pesos. And then I did the math in my head. I was like, that was like $1.20. Yeah. And it was like 2 beers. I was like, man, this is amazing.
Yeah, it's one of those you're not in America anymore moments.
Yeah, exactly.
Price of goods and services has definitely gone up, especially being so close to the border over the last 8 years. There's been a lot of money and development into the town. So it's not as cheap as it once was, but it's definitely evolved and gotten nicer as well. All right. Pretty wet board on the left. A lot of straights complete on that card.
Got through. Double Dummy asks, how much does relative stack size matter regarding strategy? Do you change do you change gears much when you have a decent chip lead or trail by a decent amount? If you're talking about cash games, no, that's not even really a factor. If you're talking about tournaments, that will certainly come into play with when you're playing for real money in tournaments. It's a little different from playing for strictly chips. But in cash games, it's It's basically always about just making the most plus EV decision as possible in every hand. Lull in the action here for a moment.
Yeah, there is a real lull in the action. So I think I'm going to step away for a minute. I'm actually going to go grab some tequila. So win or lose, I can have a couple of drinks in me. It's been a long time. So I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. See you in a minute. Rice stacks, I wish the dog would stop too. She's relentless sometimes, man. Let me tell you. But we do our best to control her. She's being cute right now under my feet, so should be fine. We're also baby or dog sitting another dog, so that's kind of not the best timing for a stream necessarily. Oh, this guy's chat sucks. Get out of here. Small C bet from the right from Daniel. His usual 400 into 2K. Double barrel for 3/4. Gets called. We get the 5 on the river. See if Daniel decides to put in the third barrel. He does. 5,200 into 7K.
All right, we still got some action.
Indeed. Sweating a riverbed here from Daniel on the right. He triple barreled after opening. Call. Daniel with a nice value, but with an ace. Getting a nice 3 streets.
Oh, that's a nice one. The chat asked what kind of tequila we are drinking. We just have some Don Julio 70. Nothing that great, just left over from a party. But what I'll do, any 20K loss for Daniel in a pot, we will take the shot. Because I feel like if it's a full buy-in, Doug's never gonna. We haven't seen too many full stacks go in so far, and I'm trying to drink some at this point.
Daniel 3 bets and then checks the flop. Let's see what he decides to do here. He goes for about a quarter pot size bet, a little more. Hey, no more. 13.5K going into the river. $10K from Daniel. Let's see what Doug decides to do here. Doug's going to win a small pot with a 9 on the left.
This could be a tequila pot.
Just so you know, the chat was warning me. Oh, call. Nice value bet from Daniel with the
Don't
10.
drink alcohol on stream. Is there no
No.
alcohol rule?
There's a no excessive drinking.
Okay.
So don't drink excessively.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. We need a reason to drink first, and that's not it. I wonder when the rule came into play, no excessive drinking. I wonder how that happened. I wonder who that rule was made after.
Yeah, that's got a story for sure. Roland Gruss, who is one of our only complainers about pro Doug bias on Doug's own channels today. Props to the chat for having fewer of those. He says, Daniel underdog heads up. He's doing a hell of a job. I actually agree. He's really hanging in there.
I agree too, man.
Only
Roland
down
Gruss,
only down 2 buy-ins in 4K hands, 5K or 4.5K hands versus a top-notch heads up player in Doug.
Someone says someone was doing shots for subscriptions or something like that, and he passed out while drunk on stream. That makes sense.
Yeah. Lumpy, that can't really be true, right? Big drinking rule put in place because of Big Dog Pocket Fives. That would be pretty epic.
Oh, I mean, they definitely should have some rules put in place after what he did.
I did not see. Would you mind sharing?
I won't tell the story on stream. It's a little risque, and I mean, I like I respected the Big Dogs a lot back in the day.
It just hit me. I did hear about that.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand. Don't worry. I'm not going to be watching. I'm not sharing my screen. We're not going to be watching anything crazy. We're just watching some cards, drinking a little tequila.
Daniel Rivering Trips winning a nice pot. Doug lost some chips on the right table, but he's gained a little bit on the left, so we're still at around plus 30K. Forgot I haven't updated it. So I believe we're
a bit of a marathon.
I was just gonna say, man, we're on the same wavelength today. I was just gonna say I think we're now officially the longest session of the challenge yet between these two guys.
I really do hope to see some longer ones. It'd be nice if something like this just didn't get dragged out forever. If they can stick to a consistent schedule, just grind out the promised hands and just get it done. Like, that's what I'd like to see, because obviously you had a pretty negative experience with the Tom Dwan versus Jungle Man bet. Still owed some pending prop bets from however many years ago.
So sick, dude. I'm like thankful that I was too broke to like put a significant amount of money on that challenge, because I would have.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I would just be so tilted. Doug C-bet call on the right in a 3-bet pot. 1/3 pot C-bet size on the flop. We got a 3K pot on the left. Rainbow board. Doug checks the right. Probably not good for him when he checks. 10-hour session. People are suggesting 48-hour session. Yeah, that we might end the challenge tonight if they did that.
Small bet from Daniel takes it down.
Just a box in a cage asks, can you explain what happened and why you aren't paid out? Sure. Doug Tom Dwan issued a challenge to the world called the Dirt Challenge. Was the cover on a bunch of magazines, got a lot of attention. Where he wanted to play, was it 50,000 hands versus anyone? And he offered a 2-to-1 side bet, and he would play anyone. Daniel winning a nice pot with a straight on the left. He got a few challengers, 2 of which were Patrick Antonius and Jungle Man, Daniel Cates. Jungle Man in particular, that was one that the poker world really, the sharp side of the poker world, like grinders and people familiar with who would have the advantage in such a match, bet a lot of money on Jungle. And then the match has started. They've played some amount of hands, but Dur just basically stopped playing. And, because the match never ended, Dur is down quite a bit versus Jungle. And because the match never ended, the people who bet on Jungle have never gotten paid out. And Jungle also hasn't gotten his side bet, though they have made some sort of deal between the two of them, Jungle and Dur. If you Google the Dur challenge, you'll find a lot more info on it. Any guesstimation on how many hands have been played so far this session? Question from Jeff Farmer on YouTube. Yeah, I would say they were playing about 350 hands in the 2-hour sessions, and we're coming up on 4 hours. So, I would say about 650, 600. Obsidian Potato says, surely bookmakers can't just keep all the money. Unfortunately, a lot of the bets in that match, and I'm sure Marty's, were personal bets with other people. So, yeah, they don't get paid. Basically just a wash. It's not really anything else to do.
Yeah, and I think there's one main culprit who bet a lot of people and owes it to everyone. And yeah, he's not paying.
I think I know who that is, but I'm not going to name names if I don't know for sure.
Someone asked how old we were, Mike. Like, you have a baby face, so you got to be a couple years younger than me, right?
Let's get some predictions. I was actually meaning to ask that to chat. How old do you think I am, chat? Type some predictions. Small C bet from Doug on the left gets called. 40, Jesus. Check on the turn, 4 straight river. All right, that's enough guesses. I'm 28.
Yeah, really young.
I might actually be 29. No, I'm 29 now. No, wait. Yeah, 29. My birthday's already happened. It's weird. Like, I've gotten high enough that I actually have to do the math, what the current year is minus my birth date. So yeah, 29. My mistake. My own guess was wrong at first.
Right. So Doug flats a 3-bet on the right, and he 3-bets on the left. Like I said, you can just see the difference in pot size. Basically, like, obviously Daniel is using a larger 3-bet size. Doug's using a smaller 3-bet size. All right, we have a
overbet from Doug on the left. About 120% pot. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this in a 3-bet pot yet.
Yeah,
not out of position.
Yeah, the flop overbets really hadn't come out until today, I feel like.
I think I had seen 1 or 2, but not in this spot at all. 7 diamonds on the turn is going to be a little better for Daniel, for sure.
Yeah. And Doug's getting raised huge on the queen 7, queen flop.
Yeah, Daniel going for the check raise after 3-betting there. Small bet from Daniel on the left. That's definitely a good spot to go for the small bet. Nine of clubs on the river pairs the board. Let's see what Daniel decides to do. He's got about a pot-sized bet left. Doug's going to win it with a strong top pair. Nice pot for Doug. Daniel checking the turn now on the right. And Doug's going for a 1/3 pot bet. Daniel does call. And we're going to take a river.
It looks like this might be a drinker on the right.
Could be a drinker. I don't see Doug having too many floats on the flop versus the check raise. Like, I mean, maybe some like a king 10 of hearts or something like that could be in there that like could bluff with. But I think a lot of his range is just going to be value. Daniel, I'm really interested to see what he has to check raise the flop and then check call the turn. I mean, it could be just the kind of obvious answer is like a jack. Like, he check raises as a bluff, turns a jack, decides to check call at that point. Now he's in a really tough spot if that is the case. Really hard to imagine Doug bluffing here with too many hands. I mean, maybe a hand like ace 10 of clubs with a backdoor flush draw on the flop. That could be in there. Betting the flop, then calling the checkers with ace high, picking up a draw, bluffing there, and now bluffing the river. Maybe a hand like even... It's kind of hard to imagine many more than like ace 10, ace 9, specifically something like that. I don't even know if hands like ace 9 peel, because they can't really turn too much. Seems like a spot that Doug will definitely struggle to find bluffs.
All
Daniel
right.
does fold, perhaps agreeing with me.
Salud, amigos.
Solo Asylum says, funny part of this challenge, DNEG set up a whole bunch of cameras in his room, but doesn't alleviate the possibility of him using a desktop sharing software. That's actually covered, because WSOP.com is one of the most aggressive sites I've ever seen, if not the most aggressive site, with not allowing you to have TeamViewer or Zoom or any of those programs. You cannot have them open when WSOP is open. If they're open, WSOP finds out. They'll even shut down your account if you're doing it too often, just for having them open, let alone using them to play or whatever. So yeah, that's covered. Unless Daniel had some unique screen sharing software custom coded just to cheat in this challenge. I don't think that's happening.
So it looks like Daniel is below, not refreshing up to his 40K stack again on the left.
Yeah, interesting.
So it's
I don't know
on
what's
both
going on
tables
with that.
now.
Yeah, he probably just doesn't have auto top up on for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Maybe he did earlier in the match, accidentally unchecked it at some point. Who knows? Not a big deal either way, as long as he's reloading when he gets below like 30, 35K, or trying to at least. Call from Doug. They both got straights on the board. Chop it up. Gotta update this result. How now, don't I? Doug's got 85. Whoa, min 3-bet from Daniel on the left. That's got to be a misclick. Doug does fold, though.
Snap fold, too. Wow.
Oh, well played from Daniel. Now, talk
Who's
about
exploiting who now?
I was just going to say, talk about exploitation.
Yeah. Daniel did reload now. He got the min click in. He's like, all right, I got this guy right where I want him, so I'm gonna rebuy full.
Andrew Paris DJ asks, didn't their agreement assign penalties to not reloading at 40K? I'm not sure they had penalties specifically, but even if they did, Doug's not going to be a stickler about this. Like, I mean, if Daniel was consistently playing at like 30K deep, 25K deep, something like that, Doug would definitely say something and not like that. But I mean, it's pretty clearly, or at least is likely, an honest mistake from Daniel to not reload, like just not realizing. Doug's not going to be a stickler about that. At the most, he'll shoot Daniel a text saying, hey, can you reload?
Yeah, someone just said in the chat, ask Doug what he folded to a min 3-bet. Yeah, I want to know that as well. So good question.
Yeah, great one.
The Doug I know would slap me upside the head and tell me to never do that.
He like literally had to have like 7-3 off, right? Or something like that. Yeah. Like literally the worst hand in his open range. Yeah. Has to be. Tyler WX, maybe he's not topping up because he went broke. I know you're kidding, but just so people know, he's not. He said it on Twitter, and no reason not to believe him. He deposited $1 million for the match, and he has not lost $1 million, obviously. So he has plenty.
We don't know how bad his practices went. I've seen him in the street. Well, I've heard he's been in the streets, but I don't think he dumped $1 million practicing.
I mean, he didn't really play higher than like 25, 50, so it wouldn't even be possible, really. Big check raise from Doug on the right.
That is, well, compared to some of the sizes we've seen, it's not quite as beefy, but still
big. Daniel getting 3-2, approximately. What's Daniel gonna do? He does call Doug.
Oh,
Trip
well,
twos.
not a good call there.
Results-wise, not a good call from Daniel.
Results-wise, and we are a results-oriented stream.
Yes, results only.
Results only, very biased, not professional.
That's going to bring Doug's lead up to about 85K on the session. Could be a little more.
They told me to drink, so.
Sumalix, that pot was about 50K.
Yeah, 49,990.
Indeed. Well played.
Someone says, I want some whiskey, baby. So do I. I wish I had whiskey right now. I much prefer it to tequila. But you work with what you got. And we're in Mexico, so. All right, so we have C-bet and flush completes on the turn on the top right board.
I have another question for Chad after this 18K pot. Doug with a little pot on the left. Board. See what Doug decides to do here. Who's got the aggression here?
Doug does. 3-bet, okay. bet. He bet small so flop, Doug... bet reasonably small in the turn. So I don't see Doug having a lot of one diamond hands. He could have some, but it's not a big part of his range.
Daniel with another one of his small river bets. This has been one of the most. Yeah, for sure. In general, this has been one of the more unorthodox things Daniel's done in the match. Is use these really small river bets. We had there were a few hands where he had a really strong hand. It didn't really make sense to bet the size he did. It was almost like he just didn't want value. But here he's using it. Doug does go for the check raise.
Whew, wow.
Doug running pretty hot in terms of having the hands to raise with this session for sure. He has had a lot of river raises. Daniel cannot be enjoying this session. No fun to be playing against stuff like this, unless you have it.
Definitely not fun.
Flush versus flush. Wow. Doug goes for the thin check raise. Daniel, I'm assuming, was tanking a re-raise, which he can't really do. Because that's certainly not a hand he can fold. Doug getting bailed out by that river, pairing the board and being the fourth diamond. Easily could have been the biggest pot of the match there had it would have been the biggest pot, but it easily could have been a 100K pot had that river not been the 3 diamonds. Quite lucky for Doug, and unlucky in a way.
Someone in the chat said I got lucky that Doug lost that pot, so I don't have to do another shot. One way to look at it.
Interesting to see Doug go for that that thin value check raise versus Daniel's small size. Worked out pretty well for Daniel there. Someone says obvious bluff in the chat. Guess you were wrong. He was value betting. So I have another question for chat that I'm pretty curious about. If you could play, and I'm talking to you, chatter, if you could play any person heads up for any stakes, who would it be? What stakes? What game, too? Screw it. Live, online, be as specific as you want. But I'm mainly curious who you would play and for how much.
Someone replied Deion Sanders. He didn't say what stakes, but I'm a big Deion Sanders fan, Deion Sanders fan. So
Bill Gates 500 NL. That feels like a waste. if you're gonna get
Mike Brady 200 400. Someone's calling you out, Mike.
I just got called out.
Just got called out. Might have to come out of retirement for that. We got some shit talk in the Twitter chat.
When I'm frozen on a face, that makes me look very shocked too.
You are. All right. So 3-bet from Doug on the right.
Daniel winning a nice pot on the left with ace high. Missed a gut shot, but ace high good enough to take it down. Helen Keller for half pot. that was like half of a really good joke. If you just said like a steak.
I was waiting for the punchline in the Helen Keller joke. It just never came.
Yeah, it's like Helen Keller is like a good answer, but I don't know. All right, I'm breaking open a hard seltzer. Unfortunately,
super hard seltzer.
I'm allergic to wheat, so I can't drink beer like I would like to. But you know, there's other beverages out there. They just suck.
You got a claw? Is that a claw or a Truly or what do we got?
Hashtag ad here. It's an Ashland, and I think it's a local brand here in San Diego or California. It's good. I mean, not really, but it's fine.
So speaking of San Diego, have you drank Boochcraft before, like alcoholic kombucha? There's a place in San Diego that makes it.
Quite a bit.
Have you been to the Boochery yet?
No, I've driven by it, but I haven't been there.
Yeah, it's a cool spot. It's worth popping into when you're able to pop into things and casually hang out again.
Yeah, I will.
All right. Doug's call down's good with the 3. I think having the 9 in his hand makes a lot of sense to call down there.
Thanks for the sub, Andrew Paris DJ. Prime subscription. Appreciate that. Speaking of, guys, if you want to be notified when these challenges go live, we're going to go live every single time these guys play, and there's not very many other ways to watch it. I don't know if you know, but you can't even open WSOP.com tables unless you're in 3 specific states, New Jersey, Nevada, or Delaware. So if you want to keep up to date on the challenge, watch the action with us, see these sweet pots, hit that follow button, or that on Twitch, or the subscribe button. We'd love to have you subscribe so you can get access to the VODs, or subscribe on Doug's YouTube, and you'll get notified when we go live. Adam Bootko says VPN question mark. It's actually more complicated than that because you'd also need someone with a phone in Nevada or one of the 3 legal states, because you have to attach your phone to your account, and if it's not in a legal state, and even sometimes it is when you are in a legal state and it's glitching, it doesn't let you use the account. It doesn't let you log into your account. And the site is also quite good at picking up the VPN software. It'll know you have a VPN running, depending on the one you use.
I feel like poker sites in general are getting very good at detecting the kind of softwares people are running or the things going on their computer. And as online moves forward, especially during the corona, like they have to come up with some new kinds of security measures. So it's nice to see in a way, even though they might not have a perfect implementation, like site security in general is increasing, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It's good stuff. How was Marty watching? You could ask the same question for me because I'm in San Diego. We're actually on Skype with the lovely Jamie Kerstetter right now. We're all muted, and then she's just sharing the tables for us so we can see what's going on. It's even trickier because you can't have like Zoom or TeamViewer or a lot of those like screen sharing programs open simultaneously with WSOP. So it's like it requires this like very specific like platform stack to like be able to make the stream run. MeWeRo34 asks, does Doug ever lose the lead now? I mean, I hope not, I guess, but it's certainly possible. I mean, he's only up 2 buy-ins total. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. 2 buy-ins is nothing.
Yeah, he was up a lot more, and I was thinking he would kind of just run it like he did the sauce challenge and never go down again after like the second online session. And then, I mean, Daniel's shown he really has a fighter spirit. He's not going away after getting stuck 4 or 5 buy-ins. So we'll see. I would expect the lead to change a couple more times, though, especially until someone can dig some ground and like start building a lead. I think it would be great if this could be a sweat until the very end. With this many hands, I just don't see how that's possible. So I do expect some distance from one player at a certain point.
Yeah, I don't think it'll remain so close this whole time. It's definitely like a low frequency event that it's just been back and forth and staying within, we've been within 6 buy-ins the whole match, basically.
Yeah.
Tough to do. Excuse me.
Bet for Doug. I'm pretty sure that was just checked down as well, and he just overbet the river.
I believe you're right. Yes. Getting more than max value there.
Yeah. I've noticed Doug taking a lot of like double delay lines as bluffs and then getting called by Daniel. So it's nice to see when he has a value bet, just make the same size and get paid off.
It's a lot more fun when your value bets get called and your bluffs get through.
Yeah.
But it's not always like that, is it?
Definitely not.
Oh, some good stuff in the chat. Someone asked, does anyone know why, doesn't even matter who, this streamer stopped streaming? And then other people said because of people like you. Which is, nothing against that person who asked that question, but that is why Tonka stopped more than likely. He was done dealing with this stuff.
Yeah. I saw a couple of people ask in the chat if I ever streamed MTTs, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you that I don't. And the reason is I can't handle it. You guys are mean. Like, there's no way I'd be able to do this day in and day out. So I have a lot of respect for the people who do have a thick skin and get out there and do it. Like,
definitely. It's like
it's one gig, man.
It's one thing to like play tournaments. I mean, any poker, but tournaments in particular, I think is a particularly in terms of day to day, as we see Daniel 3-bet and C-bet on the left. The day in and day out grind of tournaments of just like, often losing, occasionally having the big win. It almost reminds me of baseball where, you fail 70% of the time in the batter's box and it's still successful. It's like very similar to that in tournaments. It's like pretty brutal to play something where you're supposed to fail a lot. And to add on top of that, in all of those times you fail, you have a bunch of know-it-alls in the chat saying like, you played this hand bad or, blah, blah, blah. Like it would just be brutal to subject yourself to that.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tough, I think. And I think I have a thick skin, but and I don't care what people say about what I play about poker, but I just want to deal with all the negativity. And there's just a lot of needless negativity, I feel like.
Right, exactly. Even if the actual poker needling doesn't bother you, as it shouldn't, it's still like it's easy for it to just be annoying. Yeah. Doug got that 10K and that 3-bet pot on the left on the turn, and then got the fold to win a nice little pot.
Someone in the chat said I was an alcoholic at birth. I think it took a while longer than that, but.
One bet went in, I believe, in this pot on the left. Yeah. Probably Doug C-betting. And then now let's see what happens on the river. Daniel with the jack. Going to take that one down for sure. Want to let you guys know again that this week starts Upswing Poker's Black Friday sale on Thursday. Every course on the site, 25% off. So if you want to improve your skills, this week is the time to get into one of the courses. Lowest price we offer all year on basically all the courses. So check it out. Upswing Lab, for most people, that's going to be the best option. If you're a no-limit person who plays maybe live tournaments, if you're a bit of a hybrid player, and if you play, one game type super seriously, I recommend checking the advanced courses we have for those game types. We have a great one from Nick Petrangelo. Great one from Canu7. Great one from Kane Callis on short deck. A lot of great stuff. So go check it out. Starts on Thursday.
Sorry to interrupt here. We dug small check raise on the flop on the right. It was like 1,500 to 3,800, and he's making a pretty small C bet after check raise on the turn. All right.
Makes sense that he goes small there. It does get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am frozen, guys. Sorry. This for some reason, like Discord looks fine, but the video, like one aspect of the streams freezes sometimes. If anyone knows like what's going on there, that would be great if you tweeted at me at MBradyCF. I know we got a lot of tech wizards. Big bet from Daniel on the left in this 20K pot. He bets 15K. He's only got 15K behind. If Doug were to put him in, it would only be about a min raise. Doug does call. Daniel's got less than a third pot left.
It's be interesting to see what we have to do in this spot. All right, Daniel checks.
Checks. That's got to be good for Doug, and it is. Doug wins with the 9.
That's not good for me, though, I tell you what.
Because you got to do a shot?
So, I mean, Twitch can't ban us for excessive drinking because I only walked in here with like a quarter of a bottle, and it's going to be, we got like 2 more shots after this one and we're done.
Yeah, we'll be fine. They can't even see what you're doing. You're just saying that you're doing it, so it should be fine.
They'll have to take my word for it. Someone asked in the chat, is Mike doing shots of Dr. Pepper? I love the Flaming Dr. Pepper shot. It's great alcohol. They don't make them in a lot of bars, but it's one of my favorite drinks.
Overbet C-bet from Doug on the left. This is the spot that I had seen Doug do some overbetting in general. It seems to be these like higher boards that kind of like are quite, obviously very favorable to him as the pre-flop raiser, Daniel as the caller. And yeah, I've seen him use some overbets there. I think he uses 2 sizes because I think I've seen him use another size on that board as well, like 700 or 800, which makes sense.
Someone in the chat, I don't know who it is. His name is Ejaculator. He told me he'll make me a Flaming Dr. Pepper the next time I'm in TJ. I hope I know Ejaculator. But with a name like that, I don't know.
Dinkati asked, do you think Doug still shouts while playing with no viewers? Like, do I think he's like shouting like fold or whatever, like while he's playing right now? Probably not. In his brain, though, for sure, screaming it in his brain. Oh, we got the ... from Daniel. That could mean this session is about to be wrapped up. We've seen the ... mean.
I wasn't expecting him to go 4 hours, so that's impressive.
Yeah, 4-hour session. This has been by far the longest. If this is the end, guys, Doug is going to be joining us momentarily to talk about the match today and in general. And if it's not the end, we'll stay with you and we'll keep watching the action. We've also got the next stream on Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. I believe that's 22:30 GMT. And then the next one, that one's going to be with me and Jeff Boski. And we're also going to be offering a special early bird Black Friday coupon. If you just can't wait to get one of the Upswing courses for 25% off, that stream is one you're going to want to tune into to get that code. And then on Saturday, we've got a very special one for you guys. Same time, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, 22:30 GMT. We've got Nick Schulman and Jamie Kerstetter joining us to do some commentary. I'm sure you guys will love that.
That's it.
And D-Negs is out. GG. So yeah, as we said, Doug was in for about 170. So it looks to be that he won about 110K today or so. That is just an approximation, but probably pretty close. So Doug will be joining us momentarily. Streamrunner, if you could switch to the other view for when Doug joins, that'd be great. So while we're waiting for Doug to hop on, guys, what do you want to hear talked about? What do you want to ask him? We've got several questions about hands. If you want to ask about something else, feel free. Doug will be with us shortly.
Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Not on the line yet. That is deceptive. I don't know why my video keeps freezing today. It's annoying.
I was expecting to be the one with technical problems, given the Mexico internetness and not you.
Yeah, that would make more sense. So Doug's going to be joining us in a moment, guys. Please be patient with us while we wait for the big guy to join us. And again, let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah.
What did he have
If
for
anybody
lunch
has
today?
any general questions, we can go over a couple before Doug gets here. Someone asked me Baja Mar. I've been there before, but yeah, I don't know what the question is.
What is the truck about? Ooh. You're going to have to go on Twitter to find that out.
Someone asked, do you like deviled eggs? Yes, but I call them angel eggs because my grandma said to never give the devil his dues.
Very good. It's like you prepared that.
No, it just sticks in your head.
Favorite Marty moment. That's a good one.
Rad Poker, I don't really play golf. I would like to get into it some more. I broke my collarbone and had to have surgery on the right side, but golfing is a sport I would like to get into now that I have some more time, and it's really nice to go down here. So I would like to get in some golf down here. Some favorite Mexican breakfast food. I have to give a shout out to chilaquiles. They're like breakfast nachos. They're great. Definitely my number one. Someone asked me what I bought with the 1.3 million. I didn't buy anything.
Food the next day, technically.
Someone asked me how I broke my collarbone. I fell down playing tennis, so that's why I'm switching to golf.
Oh, looks like we got a Doug.
Here he is.
One Doug Polk on the line. Can we hear you?
He's in the Marty Mathis slot. I'm in the Mike Brady.
Hold on one second. Let me try and rejoin. One second.
He was super muffled. He'll be back. What's Marty Starr's name? It's the Lipo Fund, guys. Come on. Shots fired if you don't know that.
All right. I figured it out, guys.
Oh, congratulations and welcome to the stream. How you feeling after that one?
It turns out if you're
Is that Mr. President Polk in the house?
Doesn't work. Okay, I'm feeling good, man. How's it going, guys? What's
good?
That
as usual,
really
the funner version of the streams to be a part of.
Yes. When we're taking down some pots, it's nice.
Indeed.
Man, there were some wild hands on that one.
Yeah, we have a lot to ask you about. If you want to kind of rapid fire through these, yeah. So
okay.
If you don't want to reveal what hand you had, obviously that's fine. But there's a few hands that the chat in particular is really curious about. What you have in that 4-bet pot? It was Queen 10-7, 2 hearts. You check raise flop, super deep. Turn one, check
flop. He just raised flop in position, right?
Oh, raise flop in position. You're right.
Yeah.
Wait.
No. Check
raise. Yeah, because it was a 4-bet pot. Yeah.
Oh, 4-bet,
so he check raised Queen 10-7, turn 9, river 6, completing the flush draw 4 straight.
It's tough because I don't want to give away all my hands in all these spots.
I know. Yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it.
Because if I'm okay, so let's say I had it, then he can be like, okay, whew, he had it there. And then you let him off the hook. But then if I say I'm bluffing and I'm proud of my bluff, then he's like, all right, well, fuck it. Next time, I'm not going to let that shit go. So it's kind of like, it's
all right, well, here, let's rephrase
it.
Yeah, because I kind of knew you'd be a little apprehensive about that one because it was such a unique and big spot, and it could come up again.
That spot, okay, just to talk about that spot. That spot
please do. Yeah,
is really difficult for the player that's in position. Sorry, for the player that's in position. Basically, I've run a bunch of sims on 4-bet pots and how they play. especially as like stacks get deeper. And basically, like when the flush cards hit, it's really good for the player that called preflop because the four better shouldn't be four betting. You're gonna have some suited hands, obviously, but you don't have like a ton of suited hands. Whereas the person flatting with the four bet has a lot, like you have all your suited broadways, whatever else you're flatting. So typically speaking, on flush cards, out of position gets to use like more aggressive ranges, sometimes bigger sizes, sometimes not. Gets kind of dicey depending on the spot. And then that one was especially weird because there was a straight where like in position doesn't really have it very often. I forget what the exact board was. So
he could have had king jack offsuit perhaps would have been like a straight he could have, and then the one liner was an 8.
yeah, king jack's not.
Yeah, it was
checking
queen 10
jack
x
around.
9 7.
Yeah.
Queen 10 6 9 7.
Yeah, so like what eights? I mean, an eight's one of the least likely cards for any
Right.
position. So I don't know if jam was good or not. We're gonna find out tonight.
Well,
I don't know.
keep an eye on at Doug Poke for that one, guys. Maybe he'll tweet
Oh.
whether or not he thinks that jam was good or bad. Well, then maybe a little bit more of a trivial spot. You paid off versus kings.
Oh man, that might have been real spewy.
Yeah, because he bet real small in the turn.
It's our hand is so bad. It's like embarrassing. Like
Oh
You
no!
you got the triple sucker bet and you paid off everyone.
I know, man. And like, you know what's amazing? Like the flop, he bet 75. I was like, this is the biggest I'd call, just barely. And the turn,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not calling anything other than like his minimum bet. And they bet the minimum. I'm like, and then the river he bombed it. And I'm like, Amber, my removals. I had pocket deuces in that one.
Yeah.
So
Well, I was expecting a king high when you said.
Oh, dude, what king high on that board was? It was like 6-5-4.
6-5-4, 10-9.
10-9, yeah. I had the deuces with the deuce of clubs, so
I see.
I don't know, like in spots like that, it's weird because when you get to the river, there's like so many effects that are happening. Like, what do I block? What am I unblocking? And the thing about deuces, and any seasoned professional in the poker streets knows this, deuces have some special unblocking properties that make them pretty fucking good in some spots. So like whenever you get deuces, you're like, ooh, deuces, but then sometimes it's really just time to let the deuces go.
Right. Yeah, it's like when you get deuces, you're like, oh, I might look pretty stupid this hand.
There's definitely plenty of that going on.
What were you thinking? To move on, what were you thinking when you saw Daniel show down aces in that pot on King Jack X, Jack X?
That was my biggest like face explode moment of the entire match. I didn't know if I had it right. I'd asked the chat 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, like I think I'm trying to remember the exact board because my hand was
King Jack Deuce Jack something. Well, all I know is King Jack X and the Jack paired on the turn. So I actually reasonably can understand like.
I think his line's actually. I think I think his line's actually okay as long as aces is also like betting flop like pretty reasonable frequency. It's fine, and then I think turn check is just good.
Fine,
like, I mean,
sure, of course.
Once in a while, you can. It depends if you're gonna go for a smaller or a bigger size, but I think turn check is just good. And then I actually think river is like pretty reasonable because like it's a really nice check raise candidate. If he has aces, I'm way less likely to check back. So I don't think that one was that ridiculous. I think.
Well, it didn't seem like he considered the check raise at all. Well, I mean, you just checked back, so he didn't have a chance to check raise.
Can't know for sure. Yeah, it's hard to know.
I'm assuming he's check raising me.
Yeah, if he went for the check call, then
if he check called, then you could. So like one thing that I found is like it reminds me like when I was coming up in the heads up streets and like it was like everything's like, oh LOL, look at this idiot, look what he fucking did. And you get a hand history, and I'm like, I like this. And you're like, no, but we don't do that in the turn. We bet a small size, like idiot. It's like, no, this actually could be okay. It's like sometimes just because you see a hand and it like looks like looks bad, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was like a really, really badly played,
For sure. I was really curious to see what you'd say about the river play specifically because I thought check raise could make sense, but I wasn't really sure. So that makes sense.
Yeah, so in spots like that, aces just has really nice like trapping properties because their bet frequency goes up so much, and you block a bunch of value. So it's like their overall frequency increases a lot when you have aces.
The in position bet frequency goes up because blocking ace high, because Daniel blocks ace high.
Correct.
And right.
So in spots like that, I think turn and river were both fine. I don't remember what suits he had and stuff, but stuff like that can matter
for sure.
And then one other thing to think about too is what's his flop strategy, because like if he's gonna use like a lot of like smaller bets, because he does a lot of small bets, right? So aces will end up in that a lot if he's playing correctly. So he has to think a little bit like how am I playing this flop overall? Because if he's just using like mainly a big strategy, then his check can become quite good, because then it's like I'm gonna try and fix my webcam real quick. But then his check could become quite good, because then it's not a hand that you want to blast on the flop a ton. But then if he's using a lot of small bets, I'm gonna fix my webcam in a second here.
Yeah, no problem. You're a bit of a
Then
ghost.
yeah, I don't know why it just loves like making the exposure just way too high. I think it'll be good right now.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, much
Beautiful.
better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, way better. So anyway, you know, if he's using a lot of small bets, I think it's fine. Or sorry, I think it's less good. He needs to be small betting that mainly. But if he's just betting large or checking, then I think that his check becomes reasonable.
That makes sense.
So I have a question real quick. For all the pot odd lovers in the chat, there was a hand where you raised. Daniel clicked it back so fast it could have only been a misclick. And then I've never seen a man fold quite as fast as you folded to his min click it back.
Okay,
And everybody who knows a thing about pot odds was going wild.
All right, that was you guys. That was a mistake on my part, believe it or not.
That makes sense.
I just
I didn't know who misclicked harder there.
I mean, I just wasn't like, you get in this rhythm when you're
Yeah.
playing like a longer session where it's like raise, 3-bet, fold, raise, fold. So you raise and you're like, I know I'm folding to 3-bet, and then like you just see the buttons pop back up and no flop, and you're like fold. And then I was like, wait, that looked a little weird. And then I went back and I was like, oh fuck.
Man, I hope you didn't have
I
like
think
9-7 off or something. That's just like the most slam
I
dunk call.
actually think I had my worst possible button open. So I actually think it randomly worked out where it was like, if I was gonna have it happen with any hand, it was like
Yeah.
actually ended up being okay. Like, it would have been really brutal if I'd had like 9-7, and you're like, I'm not calling this to 3-bet, or am I?
Yeah, that's funny.
Question
That's
mark,
really
question
funny.
mark.
Yeah, I was speculating you had like the 7-3 off or something, but it turns out
Yeah,
didn't really matter what you had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another question from the chat out. Well, sort of was brainstormed by the chat. So there's you have this potential Doyle match heating up. Maybe coming off the heels of this one. What game would you not play heads up versus Doyle live?
Well, look. Here's the problem with playing Doyle heads up Badoogie or whatever the hell he's debating here. I barely know the rules, so I would have to like spend an inordinate amount of time to play one person, and if that person ever like, I'm not feeling it, then that's it. So I would only play Doyle if we were gonna like do like a mix with no limit, and then we could pick a couple games out. I'd be down to do like a 3-game mix or something. But otherwise, it's just too much time learning Badoogie to get like potentially owned if we don't end up playing. So also like, when is that ever going to be useful again? Like at least with no limit, at least Blizzarea could be like, yeah, fuck you, Doug, let's play, and I could be like, all right, let's dance.
You wouldn't even play like 08 versus him, like a game you've played a little bit, hypothetically.
I mean,
sounds like no.
No, I don't know. Is it okay to say no? Is it all right to say no?
It is.
I'd give a little though. We could play some games that he's good at. A couple games is fine to balance it out. But I don't really fully see that one happening. I think that one's more for the lulz than anything else.
That was more because he
was like taking a shot at us online players, and I'd be like, all right, I'll play you live. Just let it be known. If you want to play some heads up, I'll dance. We can even throw some other games in there. But I don't think it. I think he's just more like lashing out against like online poker than anything else. So
yeah, I mean he's seen the game change quite a bit in the last 50 years or so. So I'll give him a break there. You had one that was really interesting where you raised the river with kings, ace jack 5 queen, brick. So you block the king 10. Daniel called with ace 3. I believe he had a wheel blocker to like a really unlikely straight, so maybe that was relevant.
Yeah.
I'm not positive what that 5th card was.
I can pull these hands up, so it's probably a little bit easier for me when we're talking about them and stuff. But
cool. Yeah. So what I was sort of wondering is, sort of a 2-part question. Like, were you surprised Daniel called with ace 3? And is your strategy of raising kings on that river, like, would you, in retrospect, without kind of hard to separate the results, but would you not raise knowing Daniel's calling with like ace 3, or does that not necessarily impact the merits of the play? What do you think?
All right, well, let me talk about Daniel for a moment here, okay? Because I feel like there's a little bit of like like people will just think he's like getting run over in a lot of spots, and I think there's some situations that I'm getting the upper hand, but in a lot of situations, if Daniel thinks that I'm bluffing, I say like the rhetorical you, but if he thinks I'm bluffing, he will just call me with kind of whatever he has that if he thinks that I'm just full of it. So I've really been trying to keep my bluffs like pretty balanced overall. Like I think like if you look at like the bluffs I've shown down in a lot of spots, they've been like relatively reasonable and or like basically just kind of correct. I've not really been stepping way out of line because I'm not surprised that he called ace three. Frankly, like I mean I wouldn't say he would for sure call that, but he bet top pair in the river and got raised, and I'm repping. I mean I have some value bets here. I can have king 10. I could have queens. Uh, I could have queen jack for the size. I think yeah. So I could occasionally have aces the trap flop or something. But yeah, so like I have some value bets for sure. And I'm trying to be like pretty careful with my bluffs and pick ones that make sense. I could be wrong. Usually it's better to bluff hands like king queen there or queen 10 there. But what's kind of nice about kings is that you're never blocking any bluffs. So you have like complete unblocking effect versus bluffs, and you only block value, and most importantly, you block the nuts. It's still probably not as good of a hand to raise as like a king queen type of hand, but I still felt like it was something I could do like low frequency, and it would be a pretty reasonable play, and that's like some more homework. And also one thing that I really try to do in a lot of spots is I look at a situation and I'll think like, okay, this is a spot where I need to be raising, about X amount. I have these value bets. What are just candidates that make sense? And then try to like pick a frequency that just makes my overall strategy good. And sometimes that means like I'm gonna make a suboptimal raise with a hand that maybe shouldn't be raising. But my overall frequencies that I'm going for are gonna be pretty good. So if he thinks like, okay, Doug's fucking full, I'm calling ace three. All right, he's gonna own me sometimes when I have kings. But then when I have king 10, when I have the other value bets, then obviously I'm going to get paid. And there's not like a ton of other bluffs that I would think of there anyway. So I try to be like pretty reasonable and balanced with my approach. And frankly, like I've really not done almost any exploiting Daniel this match. Like I've been opening standard, I've been 3-winning standard, I've been 4-winning standard, I've been playing pretty standard post flop. I've been like working on kind of like my strategy and like the execution of my strategy, over like trying to think of like what's Daniel's fold here in this spot. And there are some spots where it's like, maybe it's a little high, maybe it's a little low, but overall I'm really just trying to play good poker. And I think Kings is like it's at least a reasonable bluff candidate.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When it comes to the exploiting, you having not exploited him much this match, I doubt that that's a two-way street right now. One thing the chat was super curious about, in general, people were super curious about, was the extremely large river raise sizes. Can you just like,
Sure.
You don't have to go super deep into the this I'm sure complex concept, but just like a rough idea of like why such a thing happens.
Yeah. Okay. So when you're out of position and the in-position player checks, and actually this is like a 6-max concept. This is a floating concept. This is whatever. But basically, like once the pre-flop raiser has shown like a check somewhere, it really takes away a lot of their strong holdings. Not that they can't ever trap, but overall they're not, right? So it lets you, when you check to them on future streets and they do decide to bet, it really lets you hammer kind of capped-ish ranges by using sizes that are very large. And then because you're using large sizes, obviously your value bets have a chance to win a bigger pot. And then additionally, you get to have more bluffs because you're using a big size. So in a lot of these situations, we both kind of know his value bet is like roughly like something, but we don't know what I have. And so usually in spots like that, it makes sense to have like really big sizes. And some spots are more tailored than others. It's a lot harder on the river. Like on the flop, you can have like okay, I'm gonna check raise this flop size. Like this weekend, I spent the whole weekend like running different flop check raise sizes, looking at the value of them, like trying to figure and like kind of mapped out my check raise strategy, like versus 20 versus 75, like some nerdy ass shit. But like with rivers, I can't be like, oh yeah, like before this match, let me go into this river knowing I'm like deuce 3 8 jack, like the optimal check raise size. Like you kind of just have to have some like sizes that you sort of lean towards using and some like concepts and ideas that you're going to try and implement, and then do like the best that you can out of that. Like I think like when I look at Daniel's strategy, the way that he's playing, um, Daniel is playing like a simpler strategy than I'm playing, but he's trying to play that strategy as well as he can. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm trying to play my strategy as well as I can, but mine's just more complicated. So it's like, if he could do his strategy perfectly, like if I was playing bot Daniel, and he was just a solver, just barreling out Daniel's sizes, I'd get mashed, obviously, even though he's using like a simple strategy, it would just be perfectly executed. So the question kind of becomes like, how well can I execute my more complicated strategy versus him executing a simple one? And so that's kind of like in spots like that river check raise spot you're talking about. Like I'm trying to do something a little more complicated. That I could fuck up. Like I could just fuck that spot up. I could use a terrible size, and it could make my strategy a lot worse. Or I could be gaining a lot of value by using these sizes that capture more of the EV of the situation as a whole. So I think I'm playing them pretty well. I think sometimes the bluffs are sort of natural, but it's really just this game of trying to get your frequencies right, and like when you're bluffing, hoping he doesn't call.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just a
Yeah.
couple, 2 or 3 more questions for you. So there was one. This isn't even really much of a question, but how much of a sigh of relief few did you do when you got that 3 of diamonds river, flush over flush, queen 10
Oh
of
my
diamonds
god,
versus
dude,
king?
that is insane.
Yeah, that
Insane.
was. I mean, it's funny too because he like, if he had bet like 10K on the river, like you would have lost even less. But his strategy of like betting small actually netted him a little bit there. But
I actually really hated my situation when I checked river, because like I would do some small bet river, and then he bet just so small that I felt like I had to raise with the queen, but I had queen 10, so I blocked the
Right.
10. So I was just like, oh my fucking god, like
yeah, that would have been
it's just
something else if
ownage.
if
It's
you just
straight
called
ownage.
if you just called there and like lost that big of a pot with that cooler, man, that would have been something else.
I'm gonna have to check that one. I don't know, it might have been spewing. Typically speaking, when it gets really close and the timer is running down, I just try and do the thing I'm supposed to do and like not sweat it. And then if you get stacked, you get stacked, or if you lose a pot, you lose a pot, or if it's too thin, it's too thin, or whatever it is. But
Right.
I think when this, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at that one. It might have been bad. It might have just been bad.
Well, if he had the jack of diamonds, maybe it would have been good. There was one where
True,
he.
Mac, thank you for that.
Well, you got to keep in mind who we're dealing with some of the segments of this audience. So
Okay,
gotta talk about that.
We had very results-oriented commentating tonight, so
nice. That's
Yeah.
the best. The chat loves that.
The best way to approach poker too. There was one really ambitious bluff from Daniel where he 3-bet Jack 4 of clubs, I
Oh
believe.
yeah.
Got I believe it was King 2-2, Ace,
4,
and then and then
there
a
was
4
a 4 on the river, it was the heart, and the
and-
ace was the non-heart on the board.
Exactly. So Ace X of hearts was not blocked by
Yeah.
the board. What do you think of Daniel's play there?
I mean, it's definitely aggressive. I think there's well, the flop is a very favorable flop for the 3-better, right? So you can bet that pretty aggressively, and
Sure.
I don't think it's a huge deal.
Turn and river were the questions for me for sure.
Flop is just fine. Turn is weird, man, because he's betting really big, so he's kind of like saying, "Hey, I have an ace, but all aces kickers chop." So it's like, it's a kind of weird bet on the turn.
Yeah.
I think.
You think smaller is generally correct there, in as the out of position player?
Maybe smaller, maybe bigger.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, he's kind of saying he has ace king or better when he bets turn, I think.
So he might as well go bigger then. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like it's a weird spot. He's betting a size, like, but this is what I'm saying, like, where his strategy, this is what I was talking about earlier. His strategy doesn't have like those other sizes I'm talking about. It has this size. So he has to use the size, which is good. I mean, if he hasn't prepared other stuff, wiling out and using sizes all over the place so you don't know what you're using would be a bad strategy. So so it makes sense. And maybe within that, like he's kind of saying he has an ace here with this turn bet is really what he's saying. So it's just kind of strange because if he goes bet and then he gets the river, tripling an ace is like, I mean, how often are you really getting called by a king? It's like not.
Yeah.
So turn is definitely ambitious. I'm not a fan. I'm not a huge fan of the turn, and then I'm not a huge fan of the river either. I mean, he's paired up like.
He could be.
Maybe it's okay on actually. Maybe rivering a pair. Usually it's not though. Usually it's
Well,
not okay.
that particular blocker doesn't seem super relevant at all. I mean, it's like that hitting a 4, but you know,
If you run these situations, it's probably not preferred to use this hand because you have like an inkling of showdown value. I mean, it's not impossible. I'm calling turn like a queen jack, thinking
Right.
that,
Yeah,
you know,
queen
maybe
jack,
some
queen
float.
10 with a backdoor.
The thing is though, if I float queen jack, I'm jamming this over 100% of
Yeah.
the time with check doo. So I don't even really see
Yeah.
that.
he blocks that too. It's like it's even more.
I mean, I think okay. So let me frame this a little bit differently, right? Like I'm not a huge fan of these sizes or this play with this hand, but let's put that to the side. He needs to triple here sometimes, right? He needs to do that because he needs to be able to put me in some spots. And this is not like a great situation for the small blind. I mean, yeah, I can have aces and kings, but I'm, you know, rarely ever gonna have a deuce. I don't have ace. I don't have ace or king king. I don't have ace king. So he does actually get to like try and stack me with a bunch of hands that I don't have right? And so he's gonna have to take some hands and barrel them off. He's gonna have to do that. So I think what Daniel is more saying when he does this is less like this was the nutted hand I could have to bluff here. Like, I love the jack four of clubs in this spot. But I think what he's saying is like, I need to make sure that I triple dug here sometimes. And so I'm gonna take, you know, this hand part of the time and barrel it. And maybe he did it some amount, like a low frequency or something. But I think he's more just trying to make sure that he's like putting me in tough spots and barreling me. Which I mean, I think that I can respect the
Yeah, very
the
reasonable
idea there. Yeah.
for sure. So this one was a
I
very
still don't like it with his hand, but yeah, it's,
yeah, right.
the concept he's going for, I think, is like pretty okay.
Makes sense. This was asked by a lot of people. Exact wording too. Will you understand if your fan base abandons you if you play another session with no 1-3-3-7 bet sizes?
Do I need to just like go in and like change it so that if it's near 1-3-3-7, it rounds up to 1-3-3-7? Because
Just do it.
so upset.
Just do it once. Like all you have to do is realize
Yeah.
one time. Maybe put a sticky note. I don't know
Okay,
if this is
here's
too
the
much
problem,
mental
though.
space.
Give the people what they want.
Here's the problem. I play with a big blind thing, so it converts all my stuff to big blind. So it's not like I'm looking at 1-3-3-6.8 and I'm like, fuck you guys, just pressing enter.
Well,
wait.
But
So let's see.
I could find a spot though. I could definitely find a spot.
So, Doug, just a little non-poker. Well, I guess it's poker related, but just in regards to the challenge and not necessarily a hand. So obviously, there's a bunch of people that bet on you, myself included. A lot of the homies, a lot of friends, a lot of people everywhere. How are you feeling? Like, what do you have to say about the bet, and like, what do you have to say to the people who are in your corner?
Yeah, it's been interesting because, you know, obviously I'm playing pretty high stakes, but then also like every one of my friends has just been piling it on me. So it's like if I lose this, like my circle of people is going to be transferring so much money away. It's like I don't know. It's like it's just strange because it's like this added pressure of not just like you trying to win for yourself, right?
Yeah.
But if I lose, it's like my money doesn't feel as bad. But then
Yeah.
everyone's like, "All right, Doug, I'm firing off like 6 figures on you. Like we got this, right?" And I'm like, "I think so. I think we're good here."
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's a good feeling to have like that kind of like support from like, you know, your like
Yeah.
friends and people that you know and like people that are pretty sharp. But there's also like a little bit of, you know, this is I mean there's still a ton of variance in this game. You know, like
Yeah,
it's
and
just
it can't be a comfortable feeling. And I know a couple of people who probably bet more than they should have, and well, it's hopefully it's not too much of a sweat, but it's been good so far. I'm happy with my bet, is all I can say.
yeah. I think like right now I feel if you bet at 4-1, I feel good about that. I think
Yeah,
you got,
I had some
I think
action
you
at
got good value.
4-1 and at 5-1, but the same bet. So my average price is like 4.44.
I think you're probably winning there. It also depends on, you know, how Daniel plays and what adjustments he makes. You know, even though he lost a few buy-ins today, I actually think he played a lot better today than he played in some of the past sessions. So I mean, it depends on like what his rate of improvement is like, and then, you know, like what is it like in a month? What is it like? You know, is he going to keep playing balanced? I feel like he comes into sessions, and I don't know. This might just be like distribution fooling me, but I feel like sometimes when I come to a session, he has like a different like idea for that day, kind of.
Yeah.
Like he had flat good hands pre-day,
Yeah.
and then like
Right.
and then like today felt like bluff Doug day. Like there's a bunch of like bluffs he ran in different spots, and then
Yeah,
like I don't know. it feels like he comes in with kind of some set plans. Oh, one day he just like wouldn't let me probe the turn. It was like today's just like we're not letting Doug probe the turn day. It was like because I would just probe the turn and shit would happen. I'd be like, well, this is gonna need some good hands here. So he's had like. Go ahead.
Would you agree with my perception? Today's match is don't let you probe the river. Like that kind of felt like what today's match was about. And then he tried to probe river versus you, and you would always just raise him as well. I felt like you played back at him even harder. There would be no cheap river probes. It felt like was the theme of the session.
There's some like this match is interesting. Like this match. So like when you're playing someone heads up, you get a feel for kind of how like for lack of a better term, gangster they play in different spots. You know how it is when you're in the heads up streets. You get a little taste. And I feel like some of the single raise pots are extremely gangster where like people are just folding nothing and like I'm calling him down light, he's calling me down super light, I'm raising him some spots, he's like there feels like there's a lot of spots that like hands that really shouldn't be putting in a lot of money and putting in money. But then I feel like in the 3-bet pots, I feel like it's been much lower, like much more conservative. And we almost played like a pretty wild one today where he like 3-bet check raised queen 7, check called a jack, and then I jammed I forgot what the river even was. I jammed like a river and he folded, which would have been like a weird hand. I mean, I think the hand is interesting. I think he pretty clearly
it was like queen 7 deuce 10, I think, or
queen 7,
something like the flop's definitely right. I'm not sure about turn river.
Yeah, I think it was like deuce 10 because he check raised like a pretty large size. Then checked. He check raised.
Oh no, we got a jack on the turn, right? Because I remember king 10, ace 10 having
oh yeah. We were talking about hands that could have floated.
Queen 7, jack 3. Yeah, that makes sense because he checked all the turn.
Yeah.
That hand is that spot is like one of the reasons why being in position. I know it gets beaten to death. Like it's good to be in position. Everyone fucking knows that. It's not like
advantage.
Yeah, like guys, if you get to go last, it's kind of a big deal. But like that's a situation where you can kind of really see that at play because when he check raises queen 7 and check calls a jack, I'm not saying he couldn't have aces and be trapping or couldn't have a queen occasionally be trapping, but there's just going to be so many times he has a jack that a jack sort of needs a check call the turn. Like betting the turn with a jack is kind of like, what are we accomplishing at this point? So in position just gets to like pretty aggressively value bet and then try to like find some bluffs in their range as well. So that hand could have been interesting if we got to see it.
Fingers crossed you were bluffing because it got through.
Well, we'll never know.
You never know. There's no way to find out.
We'll never know. There's just no way to find out.
No way.
Yeah, this diamond on the river was very fortunate. This backdoor straight I hit against a flush was not very fortunate.
The 10-8.
Right.
Yeah, the 10-8.
Yeah, 10-8 of spades. Yeah. Yeah, and it was the one card too because he had ace 7, so he couldn't have even rivered the 7 of diamonds.
Oh, I didn't think about that. But I don't want to make I don't want to make this out like it was some insane cooler because let's be honest, probably jamming some rivers.
so
like this river's a deuce. It's less of a cooler. So I think that one was just unfortunate. What else did we play? We've had some pretty crazy hands. We had a hand where I check called the flop with ace deuce versus his bigger size in a single raise pot. Turn was a jack. Check river 8. I check, he bet his bigger size again. I check raise big and he called with 10s.
That was when you had the trips, right? Or
right, the trips.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I was actually really excited. I had this a few times today. I got flops that were the exact flops I had worked on this weekend for a while.
Oh, that's always
I was like,
feeling.
oh my god, dude! I was so jacked up. Like, fuck it, let's get in there. Let's raise some flops. Let's play some turns. Like, I know exactly what we're doing here.
Yeah, chat was speculating. Do you do your like patented yelling and stuff, like fold and all that while you're playing alone? Oh, you 100%, do.
100%,
oh wow!
Yeah.
And I bet you're
100%. Yeah, when I jam the river and I'm bluffing and he starts tanking, how are you not yelling fold? What are you gonna be like? Oh, I'm totally cool here either way.
Doug is not a German robot.
Fold. I'm indifferent. Like I lose 40K, I win 15. It's kind of what happens. I don't know. It's
amazing. There's one more hand I definitely have to ask about, which is where you check raise 999, which I was surprised you had a check raise range on that board.
That was one of the boards I looked at.
Though he did. Interesting. So he did bet minimum, so you would expect to have some
So
raises.
you
but
had Jack Deuce. Was it the Jack with the backdoor flush draw or without? Like I'm pretty sure it was one overcard and backdoor flush draw.
let me recap the hand for the chat. Recap the hand for the chat real quick. So 999 flop after Daniel opens. Daniel c bets for minimum 400. Doug check raises with Jack 2 on 999. Turn 2, Doug bets small. Daniel calls. River, I want to say a 7, something in that range.
8,
yeah, 8. Doug block bets again, I believe, like a middling small size. Daniel just calls with aces.
Yeah, I spent like a hilariously long time looking at 888 check raise yesterday.
Yeah.
And like I got 999 and I was just like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. I think it happened twice this match. I think we had 2 trip flops this match. Yeah, those spots play a little differently. They're like a little more aggressive than people play them. Like humans tend to play them kind of conservatively, but they're actually supposed to be played pretty aggressively.
Interesting.
Also, I mean, he needs to raise
the river, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
or the turn. I mean, I don't know.
Or I mean, they're all
raises.
All raises
potentially.
They're all potentially raises. I mean, aces is really quite good, and like, I mean, he only loses if I have a 9, and I'll have a 9 sometimes, but I could also have 3s here.
Right.
You know, can have 3s. 3s is a good hand on 9-9. This is what I was learning. I was like, wow, 3s is a good hand on 9-9-9. A full house. Who knew?
Well, it's interesting.
It was so obvious the whole time.
it's another one of those classic, like, what you would have thought just getting started out in poker is correct now. It's like, oh, 3s on 9-9. I have a full house. That's a good hand.
Yeah.
And then for a while you reach the point where you're like, oh, well, it's a weak full house. Now we're back. 3s on 9-9. Great hand.
I saw this chart and it was like this. And it was like, when you start, it's like, good hand, I bet big. And then the middle was like, my blockers in range, their frequencies are completely out of whack. If I don't have checks here, I need to have checks. And of course I have to use the small size of my good hands, but then what are my bluffs? So I have to check and I have no. And then it's like the Jedi Master guy at the end, and it's like, big hand, me bet big. It's like the same like idea.
Perfect. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like, it's like
everything comes full circle.
It's so hard. Like, the game is so hard because in some spots that's true, in some spots it's not true, and it's all about figuring out when is which, and when should I trap, and when should I be just barreling through for value, and when, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things that are kind of that are complicated and like really tough to deal with, and like, you know, you also have to just be willing to run it everywhere. That's a weird feeling, I think, for some people. It's like, at any point you might need to run it, you know, and like, you need to be ready. Like, hey, like, this hand might be a raise a few percent of the time. I need to do that. This hand might be a raise 10%. This hand might be a raise 25%. This might be a high frequency raise or whatever it is. And you need to be like, okay, I might need to run it here. I might need to run it here. I might need to run it here. And like, I feel like some people, they get into this, like, they only run it when it's kind of like the clear cut run it spots. You know what I'm saying? Like, you bet you're like,
where like, if it's like to the point where if they get called, they can sleep well because it's like, oh well, I had the bluffing hand or whatever.
Exactly. Not every spot is clean like that. Sometimes they're not clean, and sometimes you have to bluff into a spot where it's like, it doesn't seem that your opponent is very likely to fold. Sometimes you have to say to yourself, my opponent probably kind of has a hand here, and frankly, the way they play, they might even more than normal, but I still need to bluff, and my bluff isn't going to be this crystal clear perfect hand. It's going to have to sometimes be, you're going to have to get in the mix with a little something every now and then and make it happen. And that's kind of the beauty of the game, I think, is that you have to be creative in some of these situations to find bluffs, and you have to be willing to take situations. And I think there's a couple approaches when you get into like a close situation where some people, they lean, and I think this is actually most people, when they get in a spot they're not familiar with, they just play conservative because it feels, oh, I can't really mess this up if I just play conservative and don't make a big error. But that can be a really big problem if you're doing that in many places, because there are so many spots you're just not going to get the clean, perfect thing you want, right? Like, I got 999, and I knew that if I I knew like the deuce hands like some check raises on the flop, and that when I hit the deuce, I should block. And like, I ran through this fucking exact hand yesterday, okay? And I still might have fucked it up. I don't know if my frequencies were correct or whatever it was. But it's not always going to be that clean. Sometimes you're going to get a spot and it's going to be, well, I don't really know here. What are some other things that I know? How often does it seem like I should be doing something? How often should I be raising? Does it make sense to barrel in this spot? You know, like sometimes they're not super easy, clear cut answers. You have to get creative and find answers that you know, most people might not. And I think when you play heads up, typically most players will under bluff because they're not trying to find all these things. And then the kinds of players that don't under bluff way over bluff. So there's like a real, there's not many of those guys, but they do exist. They are out there in the streets. So the real art of the game is trying to bluff the exact right amount and trying to counter getting bluffed the exact right amount. You're obviously sometimes going to get bluffed in this game. It's just there's no way around it. And obviously sometimes you're going to get stacked bluffing. But the real world class players are just trying to strive for that precision in their overall strategy. So it's interesting. It's what's great about the game. Also, you get the thing about heads up is you just get so many spots where you have to make a decision and they have to make a decision, and then the hands show down and both people get to see what the other guy did. And so when you see that, sometimes you'll be like, okay, if he's doing that, then that means this thing, then this means that thing, right? And so then maybe down the road, if you want to make a small adjustment, you could do that. You could be like, oh, I remember the hand where he did this. But you don't really want to get too carried away with that thinking because, and especially in a challenge format, you know, and this is something that is unique to this, right? I'm going to play somewhere between 12.5 and more likely 25,000 hands against Negreanu. So I can't even if I see something with Negreanu where I'm like, I'm gonna try, I would love to exploit this. If he notices me doing that, then I can get counter exploited, and then this game happens, and you kind of end up back at the start anyway. So I think in like a match format, it's better to just, you know, make some slight adjustments in some spots, but really more or less stick to trying to play correct because you don't really want to build out these bad tendencies versus someone that if they find them, they could be beating you for more money.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm sure I'm not the only one speaking for myself when I say it is wonderful to see you talking about poker like this with a smile on your face. Marty and I were talking about how that would have been so unlikely, like, say, 6 months ago. I mean,
6 months ago, New Orleans, February, you made fun of me for doing poker.
Yeah, it's a different time.
You know, different time.
It was a different time. It was a different time. Look, it was February, and I remember we were in the bachelor party, everyone's hanging out, and then I'm like,
well, we weren't even hanging out yet. We were waiting for the groom to get there, and I just opened some solves while we waited for the groom to arrive for the party to begin. And Doug's like, you know what the problem with this poker shit is? It's math and these solvers, and it's not the men battling it out with their wits. And here we are.
That's
yeah,
so good.
I still stand by that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't, if you can't beat him, join him situation.
It really, that's exactly what it is, Mike. Thank you. That's exactly the situation we're looking at here. But what I'm saying is that bachelor party this year, it's just crazy to think of this. We were all hanging out, we're going out for drinks and food, and like I'm like, hey guys, there's this thing called COVID.
Yeah.
And I think it's gonna be a really big thing. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
And then Bryce is like, oh, I'm tired of getting scammed by these.
Shit.
Oh, it's gonna be another bird flu. I'm like, no, listen, this is not gonna be the bird flu. Yeah, no, that was crazy.
Wow, that was a lot of foreshadowing in that bachelor party that you didn't realize was foreshadowing at the time.
It's come full circle again.
I have one last question. I have one last question, but Marty, if you have any, I want to give you a chance if you have anything else you want to ask
it was just more reiterating just like how great it is to see Doug back in poker. I know I'm a big fanboy, and I know everybody else in the chat's an even bigger fanboy. So Doug, I did have one question from the chat. Like, so the poker's back. When you bringing back the crypto channel? We're about to go to all-time highs, baby. When's that Bitcoin channel coming?
So we're just gonna plunge right back into everything we were doing before.
Yeah, he's back.
What is he just gonna loop? Like I'm gonna like guys, I'm done with poker. I'm doing this thing called crypto. Like what's it gonna like swing around?
Full circle.
Yeah, no, Bitcoin's been pretty epic lately. It's been a good run. It's been great to see. Everything, you know what? Honestly, like it's just been a great year. All of the bets, all of the spots. It's just been a good year out there in the streets on the internet, and you gotta appreciate a good year.
It's been fantastic. A lot of great stuff to bet on. So yeah, I guess we'll wrap up with one last question.
Sure.
Do you happen to know if there's anything going on Upswing Poker this week? I don't know, anything special for maybe the holidays? Maybe I don't know. I hear if there's something.
I heard that we were having a sale, but it wasn't a Black Friday sale because I heard that that's not cool to say.
Yeah, there was.
So we're having a not Black Friday sale.
We don't want to offend the poker players out there who
Right.
had some troublesome times on poker Black Friday. So it's no longer the Black Friday sale, but it is the sale on the Friday after Thanksgiving. That's starting on Thanksgiving, 25% off all courses. That's going through to Cyber Monday. Doug's also going to be joining us for a chat after the Wednesday session. And in that session, we're going to have a special coupon code for like an early bird access to the sale, just in case you're chomping at the bit, really want to get a course as soon as possible. That's going to be your chance to do it. Anything else you want to add, Doug?
No, that's it for me. I mean, I'm actually down to come on for some more sessions in the future. We can make it kind of more of the standard that I join after I play. After I finish playing, I normally just take a little bit off and then kind of relax. So I'm happy to come on and shoot the shit, talk about some hands where you guys actually saw what I had. I'm fine just talking a bit about I'm fine talking a bit about the hands you saw, but I can't do the spoilers on the secret hands. We got
totally understandable. Totally understandable. I mean, like just giving us like the twos that you gave us, like that's a great one. Yeah. Just the ones that the ones that aren't such a like, you know, if you think you're giving away too much value, don't give it away. But don't fault us for asking because we're, you know, the chat wants to hear us ask at least. You know,
look, I totally get it. Some people, you know, aren't thrilled there are no whole cards. I understand it can be hard to follow. I'm happy to talk a bit about it, but you know, it is 200, 400 with a lot of money on the side. This is not like it's not, for lack of a better term, it's not micro stakes. You know, this is nosebleeds. So
and you still got 25,000 hands to go, or 20,000 hands to go, really long way to go. So it's totally understandable that you want to protect some information.
20.5 or something, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Plenty of battling left to go.
I hope so.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's been great to watch. I'm sure I'm not speaking for myself when I say that. Really appreciate you coming on. Really appreciate hearing from you. Everyone's stoked. A lot of positivity in the chat.
Doug, nice to chat with you and see your face again.
Always a pleasure, Marty. Always a pleasure. I assume with the positivity, did Phil Helmuth stop by? Little hashtag positivity in the chat?
Oh no, but we kept it very positive today, so we didn't need Phil.
Nice. Well, I'll tell you what. If we win this challenge, it will be pretty positive because Helmuth bet a little bit against us. So maybe he'll be tweeting about some positivity after we show up and collect some dough. Maybe he will.
20 dimes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, something like that.
Good stuff. All right. Well, thanks again for coming on. Thanks again for watching, everyone. It's been great to be here with you for the longest session of the match so far, and we will see you on Wednesday and Saturday